All right, welcome out, everybody. Let me just get this music started. Welcome out to another episode of What's Your Question? This one is number 67, moving right along. This is a very special number for me personally. I don't know about you, 67. For various reasons, but you notice like the photograph right here, this picture here, which I got off the great website called unsplash.com. I get a lot of my photos there. Big shout out to them. I don't get sponsored by them at all. I just use unsplash.com. That's where I find a lot of these photos. And this is an image, obviously, of electricity moving back and forth. You see, obviously, the element on the periodic table that is the most magnetic is the 67th element called holmium. The Santa Claus element. Ho, ho, ho. So, no, that's not the song I wanted to play. Hold on. There we go. So the 67 is a very, very special number. It's very magnetic. And if you watched my Matrix, I've been getting really into the Matrix again, just because I'm supposed to be. Ladies and gentlemen, the chain of events that have happened in my life over the past 2 weeks have like, and I don't get my mind blown, but like the stuff that's happening to me right now is mind-blowing for me. I just can't wrap my mind around it. I can't figure out, like, what is all this trying to tell me? I'm trying to figure it out. But anyway, here we are. And there's a lot of red coming into my life. It started with the watermelon, the striped watermelon being tied to Zeus and Jupiter. All my research is being, tied into Jupiter, Zeus, which is tied into the Matrix. And the watermelon came into my life weeks ago, and that's red. And if you watched the Matrix Red Decoded, if you're on the Patreon, big shout out to all you Patreon supporters. You got the extended version. You got the Red Pill Decoded, which was more information showing you the ridiculousness of the Matrix. But it all started with this watermelon, the striped Zeus, Jupiter, and then even I went to go buy a new backpack. My backpack that I use here, it was shot. It was time to get a new one. I wanted to get the same exact one, so I went online to find that same exact one, and guess what color? The one that it showed me that was the only option I could get, it was red, bright red. So now I own a bright red backpack. Same one I had a black one, but I couldn't get the black. It made me get red if I wanted to get that one. Red being the red pill. And so here we are, watermelon being red. What's with all this red going on? Infrared, right? So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I could tell you so much more, but I don't want to talk too much about my personal stuff. It's kind of really irrelevant. But today's day, October 8th, the 108, very, very significant numbers as well. It's tied to this card right here, October 8th. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it's the Ace of Diamonds. What am I talking about? Ace of Diamonds card. Why'd I pull that card up? That was interesting. Oh, I know why. I'll show you that in a second. The Ace of Diamonds. Here it is. A new deck of cards here. The Ace of Diamonds, right? Today's the Ace of Diamonds day. Card 27. It's tied to the Great Pyramid of Giza. So, of course, as fate would have it, I came out with a preview of the Khufu coming out. Khufu Decoded, the Great Pyramid of Giza, Khufu. Khufu is 27. The 27th card in the deck is the Ace of Diamonds, and that led me to, I was researching the measurements of Khufu and the height, and it ended up coming down to 281 cubits. That's the height. That's what I believe the height. There's mixed opinions on the height, the original height of the Great Pyramid of Giza, but 281, of course, is the 60th prime number. And 60 is the latitude, longitude of Khufu, and you add it up, 29 degrees north and 31 degrees east, 29 and 31 is 60. 281 cubits, 147 meters. 147 is tied to the day of Pi, which is March 14th, which is day 72 and 73. When you add up 72 and 73, you're going to get 147, which is the meters height of the Great Pyramid. Why 147? It's tied to Pi. The Great Pyramid of Giza is tied to the Phi and Pi. That's what is kind of running this reality. And so, it led into what's going on in the mainstream, which I don't follow. I get secondhand trail news. And the war that got declared in Israel today, Sunday. And the 281 being the 60th prime number. Well, what's the 60th card in the tarot? And they announced war. See how all this is scripted? It's all scripted. I don't follow it because, like, I don't get to be a star in that movie. It's boring. And it's not fun. It's not fun to watch people get killed, and it's just all negative garbage, dirty laundry crap. So hopefully you're that person who's kind of figured it out, where you've detracted from the mainstream and now you've regained your power back. Hopefully that's the way it is for you. You saw some of my quotes in the beginning here, right? It's a script designed specifically for you. So hopefully you're taking full advantage of that. I'm going to be looking once again over here to my right. I have all you great decoders. Big shout out to the moderators, Stephen and Pamela. Thanks for joining in last minute. This was last minute. Didn't think I was even going to come in and do this today, but I didn't get to come last night, and I figured, might as well come in and share some space with all of you great decoders. Just Peanut Butter Jesus says, just watched your World War Decoded. Yeah, folks, it's all predestined. It's all scripted. You can even bring, I was talking to a really close friend of mine, and we were talking about theology. We have different viewpoints on it. But he's talking about all these things that are prophesied. Well, yeah, because it's written, because it's predestination. Who wants to be a part of that crap? Especially all that negativity and stuff. Not me. Like, I'm grateful I'm not in that country. Some of those people, those innocent people, man, bad stuff's going to happen, right? So you just look at that, and it makes me grateful that I'm actually here in Mexico and I'm away from all that. And I hope that's exactly how you've observed this reality as well. And then it's like, don't even tune into it. It's just going to suck you dry. It's a vampire. It's enticing you to go play. '60th element is neodymium. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this card, right, being the 60th card in the deck, and the ace of diamonds, right? This is tied to neodymium. The Great Pyramid of Giza, folks. I'm telling you, my final answer at this point. That those pyramids have something to do with our reality, and if they were to get taken out, if they were to be removed off the planet, I think our reality would change. That's my opinion. I have a lot of evidence to support that notion. That's just my take on it. Okay. MRT's, that's an interesting question. MRT's asking me, Logan, how do you defeat loneliness? Don't you feel like you miss out on having a wife and kids? My whole life growing up, I never really wanted to have kids. Although if you catch me at a party with adults and kids, I'm usually hanging out with the kids, giving horseback rides. I don't know. I'm attracted to kids. Kids are attracted to me. But as far as loneliness is concerned, I've been a hermit now for over 5 years. And sometimes it wears on me, but like I just started a new habit here in Mexico. And I started buying food and feeding all the stray cats and dogs. And now, just last night, there's these things called tojones. They're the Mexican badger, and I love them. And there's a lot of them here. And sometimes they'll come and they'll hang out, But now I got raccoons. So I got last night, literally, outside of my casita, I have to go down the stairs. And then there's this wall that runs all along the building. And the cats, the stray cats, they run up the ledges, maybe like that wide. They sit up there. And the tojones come there. And, all the neighbors feed the badgers. And, of course, the raccoons get fed. So now the raccoons are coming. So literally last night, I had on the ledge, I had 4 cats, a tojona, and a raccoon all eating at the same time. It was the coolest thing. 3 different, and then I had a furry stray dog that come running in here that I've been feeding. So that's kind of my new thing now is I go out there and I leave food out, whoever gets it, I feed the stray cats. And that kind of, absorbs some of the loneliness. But I'm really itching to get back to society. So, that's another announcement. Big shout out to Jason Brashears from Archaics. I will be in Southern California, San Diego, on the 21st of this month. So just 12 days away, 2 weeks away, and I will be attending the Adams Theater in San Diego. I'm actually going to be down there on Friday. I'm going to actually be in LA. So it's another announcement I wanted to tell all of you. I'm going to be flying into LA because it was easier for me, and then driving down to San Diego on Friday the 20th. And then the event's on the 21st, and I'm going to be there till the 24th. I do have some friends. I used to live in San Diego. I do have some friends I'm going to go see, but I know I'm going to probably be hanging out, doing some dinner with some of you that are coming to join in, going to have a couple of drinks, whatever, going to have some fun. And then from San Diego, I go back up to LA, and I will be in LA for 1 week from the 25th to the 31st. And I'm probably going to do another meetup. So whoever's in LA, which is one of my biggest audiences, you're more than welcome to join in. I haven't picked the spot yet. May just go do the pizza place in Sherman Oaks like we did last time. So anyway, those are the announcements. That's what's going on. Travel in 2 weeks. And then come back here to Mexico on the 31st. On Halloween, I come back on Halloween, the Day of the Dead. One of the biggest holidays here in Mexico. So really looking forward to San Diego. It's been a minute since I've been in San Diego. Couple years it's been since I've been into San Diego. So let's get to some of your questions here. Is the astral world the real world? It's going to come down to an opinion. All these people with these out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences, and they have to come back into this reality to tell you the story about it. Is it any different than someone having a dream and saying, I had this dream and oh my God, it was so real, and they're telling you in this 3-dimensional space about the dream? Is there any difference? You chew on some mushrooms or DMT or, ayahuasca, or you go off into another land, but that's because it's mind altering, right? So does it take you out of this reality? Is there other things other than this reality? Well, maybe. It's all in the mind anyway. Why am I living in Mexico? I had a friend invite me here in 2020, not where I'm at now, but in central Mexico, and the opportunity was perfect for me, and so I decided to go to Mexico and take a trip. I like to travel around. I lived a lot of places, and then I just came over. Santos was here to the beach, and I just came over to the beach, and he's gone now, but I've been here on the beach side. I've been here two and a half years. I've been here in Puerto. It's gone by so fast. But, ladies and gentlemen, this gets into astrocartography, right? Have you studied your astrocartography map? What is astrocartography? Astrocartography is taking a map of the world and seeing where the planets line up on your chart. And then seeing what line you're on. So let me quickly open this up. I'm going to show all of you. And if you're new to this, or if you're not new to this, that's totally fine. If you're somebody who knows what this means, I just want to show all of you, part of my mission and part of why I'm here, what I'm doing, and how it's all happening, and how I've taken astrocartography to the next level for me personally. How I know that because of where I'm at in this reality. Okay, so let me just take all of you on this little journey here. Where to go? Let me just get my cursor real quick. Okay. So this is astrocartography right here. Okay. I'm using this website called Astrodienst or whatever. This is a astrology site out of, I think it's Sweden. Here are my details. Okay. And then when you get to this and you get onto the horoscopes, all you got to do is click on this horoscopes here, come down, and you click on this Astro Click Travel right here. Because you're going to have your charts, obviously, and I use the extended chart, but you click on this Astro Click Travel right here, and this will bring you to the map. Now, what you're seeing here is all the planets, the celestials lined up, and then the colors to narrate the map, etc. And then you're going to have the red circle with the X in the middle of it. That's going to indicate where your birth city is. And so that's where I was born, right there, okay, in Connecticut, just right on the line. So that's me right here, my birth. And I was born, when you look in astrocartography, this line right here, and if you click on it, if you actually put your mouse there and click on it, to the right, you will have a description of what line that it's on. Okay, and I was born on kind of my moon line, not exactly on my moon line, but I was born the closest to my moon line. Okay, and my moon is in Aquarius in both Vedic and tropical. So how my emotions work is through the Aquarian energy, right? Which is very like inventor, and you guys and gals know all that kind of stuff. But what's so fascinating is, when I came here, currently right now, I'm literally right here. This is where I live right here. And I'm right on my sun line. Okay. And it's not just right on my sun line. I'm on my IC sun line, right? So what does that mean? Well, when I go to my chart, let me go to the extended chart just to show you. Remember, I'm on my Sun IC line. Okay, you got to come down here and you got to click the whole signs. We got to do sidereal. What you're going to see is that my sun right here is right on my IC. This is the IC, right? Right across from the MC. So my sun is right here, literally right matching up with where the sun's position is on the astrocartography map right there. So I'm feeling really, really good here in Mexico. And it's not just that, but it's the latitude, longitude of Puerto Morelos. Let me just go to my Vedics. It's a little bit easier to show you, ladies and gentlemen. And this will be very key for all of you. But the nakshatras really have a big say in all this. Right, so there's my IC line, and my sun is right there, which is exactly the placement of where Puerto Morelos is here in Cancun, Playa del Carmen area, right here. And all these markers here are very, very important to take into consideration. Okay, but it's the latitude, longitude, ladies and gentlemen, of Puerto Morelos that gives me the big clue here, and why I've been able to narrate exactly what I've been showing all of you. Let me just get this. So here's the latitude, longitude of where I'm at here in Puerto Morelos. 20 degrees north and 86 degrees west. And when you add that up, it's 106, and 106 is tied to the 2 base pairs of our DNA. So obviously I'm on the ley line energy, and that's why that was delivered to me. And then I'm on the 20 degrees north latitude line, and the 20 degrees north latitude line is, right here where my Rahu is. And my Rahu is in the sign of Sagittarius. And I'm going to be doing a decode on the Rahu Ketu axis, these axes right here. I'm going to be doing a decode for every single sign. So you're not going to want to miss this one because I'm going to bring the tarot cards in there to show you like what your mission is here in life and why you feel comfortable doing certain things in your life. So clearly here, right here, the Puerto Morelos latitude line is in 20 degrees, and there's the 20th nakshatra, and there's my Rahu. And my Rahu's in Sagittarius. So what is Sagittarius? It's the Hermit card. Sagittarius is Jupiter, tied to Jupiter, and Jupiter is literally right next door. It's in Capricorn, but he's right next door to Rahu right there. And so my mission in life is to communicate with Gemini and Ketu and then tell the world my findings through research and being the hermit. This is the Hermit card in the tarot right there. That's my mission. And this is one of the reasons why I have such a big play here in this area of Mexico where I'm at. This is exactly where I'm at. Okay, so that's astrocartography, ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy that kind of stuff. And it's not that difficult to read your chart, but like if you're planning on moving, I wouldn't say to go exactly off of the astrocartography, but, it's really interesting. Like I wasn't looking at the astrocartography map when I moved here to Puerto Morelos. I just moved here because Santos was here and the Syncretism Society was starting up, and I wanted to move to the water. I have a lot of water in my charts, so I felt like really being at home. I was in the mountains when I first moved to Mexico, so it was a really nice change. And then after I started to decode it, I'm like, of course, that's why I came here, because of these layers that I just showed all of you. So if you're really willing to look at your code based upon where you're living right now, and you start to pay attention to what energy is being delivered to you through the celestials, you're going to start to see how your screenplay is starting to play out. And then you can work with it versus, getting irritated about it. Like some of you, if you're on your Mars line, the Mars line can activate a lot of, war energy and, a lot of tension energy, but it's also can be utilized to attack and create. And that's the true essence of the asset part of Mars, is being able to not go into war, but literally create with that Mars-like energy. The liability of Mars energy, of course, is going to be now, going to war with people, places, and things, putting up a lot of resistance, fighting. That's the liability of Mars. The asset is, of course, a lot of drive, not backing down, moving forward, plowing through things, getting the job done. Mars is an energy tied to the magician. So this is a lot of magic that goes through your body and your energy fields as you continually create through that Mars-like energy. And it's really amazing when you know astrology has a liability and asset to it on all accounts. All celestials have that, and how they play out. I'm not really big into the debilitation aspects, because like if you take into consideration, the sun, like my sun is in Capricorn. Okay, now in astrology, you hear a lot of astrologists tell you, well, when the sun's in Capricorn, it's debilitated. Okay, that's if you're in the Tropic of Cancer. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, yeah, because it's wintertime. But if you go down to Australia, New Zealand, and Brazil in the south of the equator, the sun is actually going to be in summertime. And the sun in Capricorn, it's going to be glorified. So it really depends on where you live. And I don't really get into these technicalities of debilitation. And no, these celestials, in my opinion, they know exactly how to act and behave. They know they've done it a million times. They've been around that circle a million times, just like you. You've been in, when you go to work, when you go to your job and you have certain employees that may rub you the wrong way, when you get good at this game, you just be more of an observer, and at least you can have the consciousness to know, okay, well, that's just them showing up, and then that's just them being them. You may not like the way they show up, but at least you know consciously how they're going to show up. And that's an advantage. But most people don't do that. They end up just running on autopilot, and then they just end up habitually responding back to that person versus taking it as an asset instead of creating a liability. But anyway, that's for a different story. All right. Julian Hartwell Music says, I thought Virgo was associated with the Hermit card as well. No. Virgo is the Lover's card. Okay, the Hermit card is card number 9. And card number 9 naturally is going to synchronize with house number 9 and zodiac sign number 9, and that's Sagittarius and the largest planet, Zeus. So, of course, Zeus being the largest planet gets the smartest card called the Hermit. You see? Virgo is the Lover's card. 6. Virgo is the 6th zodiac sign, tied to carbon on alchemy. And, of course, we're made up of carbon. And then you have the Lover's card, and the Lover's card is male-female. This is why Virgo and Pisces are in cahoots together. And this is, you're going to get the incarnation of the story of Jesus. Jesus being born of the Immaculate Conception. That's Virgo the Virgin. And across the way in house number 12 is the sign of Pisces. And Jesus was a fisher of men. He made loaves of bread out of fishes and all that whole stuff like there. The miraculous catch. It's all Pisces Virgo energy, 6 and 12. And that even leads to Jupiter, because the 12 and 6... Pisces and Virgo, when you bring the 12 and 6 together numerically, that gives you the 126, and that's the atomic mass or isotope of the 53rd element called iodine. And iodine, I can confidently tell all of you right now, iodine is the eye, and the eye is the eye of Jupiter, the great red spot. And it's very crystal clear that the sun that comes out every single day is the son of Jupiter, of Zeus. There's a lot of, if you go and study Greek mythology, there's a ton of stories talking about that. Helios or Apollo. So now you have this correlation of Jesus being the sun, and the sun is the father of the sun would be the biggest planet, Zeus, the king of the gods. Stephen says, my Mars and Sun are in the 9th house. Well, you got, okay, you have the, okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you got to, astrology is really easy to understand. It's not that difficult. It's really easy. I know you like, oh yeah, you say that because you, no, trust me, it's not that. Every house in astrology has, just like maybe if you rent an apartment, you have a landlord. Okay? If you own a house and you have a mortgage, you have a mortgage company. That's your landlord. Right? Every house in astrology has a landlord. So the first house of astrology is Aries. The landlord of Aries, I'm sorry, the landlord of the first house is Aries. And the planet that is the lord of the landlord and the lord is Mars. Okay? So if you end up now taking your, like Stephen says, I have my Mars and the Sun in the 9th house. Okay, great. Who is the landlord of the 9th house? Sagittarius. Even if you have, let's say, Aquarius there. Aquarius, yes, Aquarius becomes the landlord, but in the background, it is a sub-landlord to the landlord that's going to be in charge of it all, which will always and emphatically always be Sagittarius and Jupiter. So then you would have Jupiter and Uranus there together. So now you have 2 planets that are kind of working with the 9th house. So when you have Mars and the Sun, Mars is obviously going to want to take the energy of the Sun, and it's going to want to, shine its light. And like, remember, Mars is the god of war. So when you focus on the 9th house and you got the god of war there, you have a lot of drive towards wisdom and Hermit card. All you got to do is just pull the damn tarot card, whatever zodiac sign your celestials are in, that all you need to do is line up the tarot card with it, and you'll have a big reveal for you. So in your, like I'm just using myself for the example, and Stephen, you can follow along with this, right? My Rahu, which is the ultimate desire, like what you're driven to do, is in Sagittarius, the 9th zodiac sign. And this is the 9th card. So what is decode your reality? What am I doing? I'm this dude right here holding wisdom in my hand, which is the light, and I'm handing it off to all of you. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be your truth. I never claim that. I'm simply just meshing the energy to show you with the picture of what I'm here to do. And my Rahu is in my 3rd house. 3rd house is Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury. So then you have Mercury with the Hermit. And what does that mean? Why do you think I do? People like, how do you do podcasts for so long? 5-6 hours? Because I have a lot of Mercury energy. That's why. Mercury is my ruler in tropical. So I'm a blabbermouth. Talk. And what do I want to talk about? Wisdom, knowledge. That's my job. So it's very important to look at where your Rahu Ketu axis is to give you a really good piece of your identification. What your mission is here in this reality. And when you see it, and then you be like, oh my God, I totally resonate with that, then you can own that space instead of running from it. A lot of people run from it. Then you can surround yourself with this energy, with people, places, and things. Like a lot of you are like, I can't find like-minded people. Know what your Rahu Ketu axis is. There's a lot of other layers. You have your sun and your moon. Your moon is tied to your emotions. It's going to be the way you feel. Your Mercury is going to be tied to the way you think and speak. Your sun is going to be your spirit, the driving force, the spirit of God inside of you. All these, they work together as a unit, as a team. And you got to manage that team. That's what you got to do. And when you get good at astrology, you will not be more of a reactor. You'll be more of an observer. And then you'll have a strategy based upon action-based energy versus reacting through habits. That's what most people end up doing in this reality. They get triggered by these celestials that are just hungry. My opinion is the celestials that are ruling over this reality, they want food. And they get food through emotional reactions by all of us. So when you get good at this game and you live a life of neutrality, what is neutrality? Being an observer. It doesn't mean stop being whoever you are. It means what's going on right now over in Israel. You think I'm even paying any attention to that? I want nothing to do with it. It's not in my reality. Yes, it doesn't mean I'm non-compassionate. It doesn't mean I have a heart and love. No, but I don't wake up. I'm in Mexico. And I'm making the greatest ripple I can. And I'm suggesting that how do you make a great ripple when you're sitting there glued to the television or glued to the mainstream and you're giving all your energy away to that? How do you end up making a ripple in your reality, in your neighborhood, when you're paying attention to that and it's sucking you dry? It's all a big stage and theater anyway, folks. Anyway, I've kind of got off topic, but I went from astrology to the mainstream, but okay. So Jason says, my Rahu is in Scorpio. So your Scorpio's in the 8th house? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, look, any of you that have any kind of celestial activity in the sign of Scorpio, you will be drawn to the occult. You will be drawn to crime and drama. That's why if you watch the show Lucifer on Netflix, the character worked for the police department. He worked with the detective. Scorpio energy. If you have heavy Scorpio energy, if you have like a lot of activity in your Scorpio house, you could be a great private detective. You could. You could go work for the CIA. You could work for the police department. You could you could do all that stuff if you fancy that. Because Scorpio wants to get to Scorpio is very intense and mysterious, and it wants the mysteries in life. And then you got to, take into consideration the liabilities of Scorpio, which, Scorpios are known to be very sexual. So you could be somebody who you may not cheat, but you may end up attracting the opposite sex, or somebody you get into a relationship with that will cheat on you. So just because you don't do it doesn't mean you're not going to. I'm sure some of you now read it, you're like, holy shit, yeah, that's happened to me, and I never cheated on anybody. Well, it's, probably because of the Scorpio energy and what's in the 8th house. Miriam, what's going on? Mercury and Scorpio. Yeah, so obviously, Mercury is going to be an energy that's going to be very inquisitive. Mercury is the fastest moving planet, so it wants to figure it all out. It's very, very inquisitive and curious. So this makes you somebody who, and you may want to be a chatterbox about it. There's other, obviously, layers to the astrology chart that you'd have to take into consideration. But Mercury and Scorpio, yeah, your mind, your inquisitive mind wants to know. You just got to figure it out. It depends on the degrees too. I feel like the lower the degree a planet is, like if a planet is at like 0 degrees or 1 degrees, it's like a baby planet. This is how I describe it when I do my readings for people. If you have a planet at 0 degrees, 1 degrees, 2 degrees, it's like a baby planet. It just got there. So it wants to have a little more fun versus if you shift that planet all the way to the end degrees, 26, 27, 28, it's more of a refined senior citizen kind of energy. It can get more, frustrated or, it just really knows what it's want. It's like, I'm not going to go on the rides. I'll just sit there and watch you get on the ride. Versus the baby planet where it's like, I want to go on all the rides. I want to try all the cotton candy and all that stuff. So it's a very different energy. And then if you got a planet in the very dead center at 15 degrees, to me, it's in its prime right there, right? In the dead center of 0 and 30. So, think about then you correlate it to your life. Just correlate all this to your life. What did it feel like to you when you were in your prime? Styling and profiling, looking good, healing quick. Hair, skin, and nails was amazing. Maybe that's where you're at right now. But think about that's how the prime is for these celestials when they're in their prime. And then you go correlate that to your charts and you'll start to see how it correlates to your life. And then keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there's a big marker for all of you. There may be 2 for all of you, and that is in Vedic and tropical, you're going to have your chart ruler. And classically in Vedic astrology, the chart ruler is going to be the planet that is at the highest degree, but it will only be the Sun through Saturn. They don't include Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I extend upon everything that I can, because I'm not going to leave out Neptune because the Vedic astrology can't see it with the naked eye. Okay, I include it all. But classically, you're going to have that layer, okay, your chart ruler in Vedic, and then you can flip that over into tropical. And for the majority of people that I do readings for, their rulers are different. The chart ruler in tropical is different from the chart ruler in Vedic. So now you have 2 different celestials to read about. And what house they're in, what nakshatra they're in, what zodiac sign they're in, who's the landlord of that zodiac sign. There's what's called the depositor, who's ruling that sign as the landlord. If you got like Saturn in Aries, Aries is ruled by Mars. Mars is called the depositor, right? Where's Mars at? Because Saturn's going to take on the traits of Mars energy. So then you got to find out where Mars is at. And then you go look in your chart. Oh, Mars is up in my 8th house of Scorpio. So now you have another layer you got to add on to the Saturn and Aries in the 1st house. So it can get a little complex, but when you just know the landlord and the lord of that house, or lordess, then you have a lot of nuggets that you can fill the gap, and then you will have a little bit more knowledge in astrology, because it's really not that difficult. It's just really not. So Lee Howard says Saturn is the portal, the cube. I think there's some truth to that. You know, when you study Greek mythology, here's the tricky part, right? If you get out a telescope, forget NASA and forget all the nonsense about, well, it's this. Look, go watch the countless amateur astronomers with their telescopes. They're all pumped up and excited. I got my first telescope, and they start to look up at the canopy and they see these celestials, and they look a hell of a lot like what the pictures of the CGI renderings look like. Okay, they look a lot like it. So there has to be some kind of truth and merit to that. But see, Kronos is out there in the canopy. You talk about Greek mythology. Greek mythology has Zeus taking Kronos and throwing Kronos down into Tartarus. And Tartarus clearly is, Earth or the underworld of Earth. How can Kronos be down here when I can clearly see Kronos is up there in the canopy? So it can get really confusing. And, right now at my current level of understanding, it seems like it's a father-son duo, meaning it's Zeus and Kronos together working as a father-son duo. So there is this reference of Saturn being the father of time. And clearly that would indicate how Zeus throws Kronos down into Tartarus, which is Earth, right? And now it is the father. Kronos' job is to run the box of time, which is never ending. It's eternal. So the portal to get in here, from what I'm studying right now, seems to be this Capricorn Cancer tropics here. And there's a lot of stories and information going to Freemasonry, right, where they talk about the Royal Arch, and the Royal Arch has Cancer at the top. Okay? And Cancer at the top means that Capricorn's going to be at the bottom. So there is some merit to Capricorn being the portal, but it seems like Cancer is the way in to get in, and then you go down into Capricorn, and now you're in the underworld, or you're here on Earth, right? And why Tropic of Cancer? Why Tropic of Capricorn? Why were those chosen? Who chose those? Why did we choose them? Why were they chosen? A lot of questions I would have for the people that decided upon these things. Yeah, so Jason says Tartarus ruled by Hades and Pluto. That's the story. That's the narrative, right? How far down does it go? And is this earthly plane that we live upon, is this part of Tartarus? So we can't. My truth is you can't rule that out. I'm not saying it's absolute, but it's a possibility. The underworld, being the dirt beneath your feet. Then you can get into the ancient ones and the underground aliens, if you want to call it that, the underground terrestrials, which just may be how this whole thing pans out here. Someone's asking me, what about the 24 houses of the moon? 24 houses in the moon? You mean the 27 nakshatras, 27/28? I don't understand. One level up, I don't understand your question. I don't get your question. You have to be a little more specific. Yvonne's asking me, do you think the sun is a simulation or do you think it's real? I think it's real. I was born on a Sunday. I just was in the sun today. I watch its pattern. I know that it moves like a pendulum. And for someone to say that it's not real, I just think they'd have to really put themselves into check. The sun has been worshipped for so many texts, there's so much story about it, mythology. To think that it's something somebody put it up there is, no. Same thing with the canopy and the stars and the moon. See, I personally, this is my truth. People ask me, do you think they're real? And here's my answer. Of course. Why would all that be fake? For what? And I've seen enough photographs and visuals through amateur telescopes of the moon, close-ups. I've watched the patterns of the moon. You could see it in the astrological map. You can see the phases of the moon as the sun moves around the ecliptic with the moon. You can clearly see now this is my opinion, right? The moon doesn't give off its own light. It doesn't. And the question, people say, oh, it does. Okay, great. Well, then how can I can take the sun and I can look at it on an astrological map and you're going to see exactly where it's supposed to be across from the moon, or when it's a new moon, it's right next to it. When it's a full moon, it's right across from it, and it goes through the phases. And just what people say, if the moon's giving off its own light, okay, great. How do you explain when the moon's literally cut in half and you get that dark line that separates the light from the dark? What's creating that? If the moon gives off its own light, how is it able to just shine and literally have a 50% darkness on one side when you get through those phases of the moon? Like something's taking a black piece of paper and putting it over the top of the moon. How does the moon generate its own light and make this kind of stuff happen? No, when you look at it from an astrological map, the sun is exactly right across the way from it, shining its light just on that area of the moon. That would be my question. Anybody thinking the moon gives off its own light, what are you going to tell me that creates the darkness on the moon then through the phases, especially when it's got 50-50 light and dark? How does the moon have that dark separation in between 50% of it? So that doesn't add up. And to think it's a projection, I don't know. How did the planets tie into the cards of illumination before tarot was created? Well, easy. If you go watch my Astro Alchemy Decoded, I broke down all the 52 cards. That's why this system is magical. It's like my friend Sharon, who's been reading the cards for 30 years, she'll tell you this is like an oracle. This is an archetype, these cards, 52 of them. See, a little trick that I can tell all of you, right, with these cards. You can get any number. So if you get 52 or below, it's going to be tied to a card, right? It's going to be tied. So when you take the houses of astrology, what's the first card? The Ace of Hearts. Well, where would that go in the cards in the chart? Aries, the first sign. The 2 of Hearts, Taurus. The 3 of Hearts, Gemini. The 4 of Hearts, Cancer. And you go wrap it around, and where's the 13th card, which is the King? All the kings sit in the middle. And then you go down and you move to the second suit, which is going to be clubs, the Ace of Clubs. It's going to go back to Aries again. And then you have the tarot, right? The tarot came after these. But what the tarot did is the tarot took another layer of 26 and added it to the 52. And now you have 78. There's 78 cards because you're counting the Fool as the card number 1, but it's not. So there's this dichotomy of the tarot being 77/78 cards, because the Fool, how can the Fool 0 card be counted as card number 1? 0 will never ever be 1. But people count it that way. So yes, there is a lot of merit to 78 cards in the Fool, being tied to one of the cards that is the 1. Counted twice. The most popular tarot spread is the Fool and 0 and 22, like the hidden one. And the 23rd card being the Ace of Wands. And so on and so forth. But if you pull the Fool out, you now have 77 cards. And 77 is a big marker because 77 is tied to the element iridium on the periodic table, which is going to be tied to the iris of your eye. So the cards and the tarot and astrology, you know what they are, folks? It's your eyeball. That's why, I know Vedic astrology, Indian and the North and South Indian, they're going to be a square. But the Western astrology and, the Vedic that I follow, it's round like your eyeball. That's the 12 apostles. You take that Last Supper and you just merge it together, and you're going to have this is the great beast above, which I have a decode on my Patreon. You know what the great beast is, folks? It's the Stargate above your head. That's what it is. Glenn Starr's asking, what could be really real in a scripted simulation? See, this is something we can get into a really philosophical conversation about here. Like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about time. You hear this a lot. Time's not real. It's an illusion. Okay, let's confront that. So I'm going to grab this to show you that time is real. Okay? So if I grab my stopwatch on my phone and I hit start, and you see those digits moving? Instantly, and just like that, we now have time. By clicking on my stopwatch. It's showing you the movement of time. So is time an illusion? Is it not real? Well, this says otherwise. Why do you refer to your clock? When you go like, what time is it? I gotta get to work. Why do you gotta use your clock? If time's not real. Why do some of you wake up to an alarm clock if time's not real? It's just silly when people say that time's an illusion, it's not real. I know philosophically why they would say that. But you see, in order to define our reality, in order to get up to go to work, in order to plan events, like if time didn't exist, then I wouldn't even know where I was going, and I wouldn't even know it'd be October 21st. The only reason why I'm going to this event in San Diego is because they planned on October 21st, and the only reason why or how October 21st exists is because time exists. Otherwise, no one would show up exactly at the same time. So to me, I think it can easily be more supported that there is such a thing as time, and everybody here uses it. When I planned this, what's your question? 6:30 Central Standard Time. If I didn't put that there, everybody would go, well, when's Logan coming on? When's he coming on? When? That's the question. See, if time didn't exist, then why would we say when? When's it going to happen? I'll tell you when. At 7 o'clock. That's a time. Now you instantly have time. So then you get into this simulation, like, yes, we all talk about this, a lot of us, right? We live in a simulation. Is this reality a simulation? It's a movie. You can call it a simulation. When you go watch your show or your movie tonight, is it real? I mean, there's, like I've said this before, there's real actors. They're really reading their screenplay. They're really reading their lines. There's really a microphone person there. There's really somebody there with the lights. There's really a director. So that's real, but the show's not real. Okay, well then you just take that same exact example and you move it into our fractal. You're like, who's producing your show? Who's your director? Who's narrating your screenplay? Where'd your screenplay come from? How is it that I can decode anybody here and describe to you with great accuracy exactly how you kind of moderate your life and how you live through your life? I don't even know you. How's that possible? Because I can see your screenplay. That's how I can do it. And anybody here has the talent to do that. If you're somebody who wants to be a practitioner of these mystical art platforms. The whole point of them at this point now is when you have these cosmic blueprints expressed in a way where you can understand them, well, then you can become consciously aware of them. And when somebody comes into your field of play and they start maybe pushing your buttons to get a reaction from you, that just may be a celestial activating that person to come in to push your buttons because it wants food. And the way it gets food is by you habitually reacting. When you stop getting through the habitual ways of life and you become more of an observer and be like, oh, I see how you're going to go. Nah. Same thing with the mainstream. You think I'm tuning in to CNN and then ABC and CBS? You think I'm going to go watch all these videos and get drawn into that whole soap opera? No, I learned my lesson. And if I do, because I have tuned into some things, right? Because I got to decode things. When I do that, I realize I'm decoding a freaking movie. Just like I've decoded so many movies. Right now, I'm decoding once again The Matrix. Is The Matrix real? Is it a real movie? Can we say The Matrix is real? Is it fiction or nonfiction? What's your take on it? You know, we have this, I decoded They Live. Roddy Piper said it was a documentary. That's the buzz going around. Roddy Piper is dead now. He said it was a documentary. John Carpenter, who produced it. You know, they both had the same birth card. Jack of Diamonds. They said it was a documentary. Reptilians living amongst us. Well, what's your take on it? Are there other entities living here disguised like human beings? Is it just bullshit? Is there truth in movies? I'm sure everybody here would agree that, because you're getting some of your, oh my God, there was this synchronicity that happened and this, it's like, and this happened. It's like, how am I just to dismiss that in my reality now? Like, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many things that's going on in my life right now that I could never explain to any of you because you'd have to come sit with me and live through my life. But if you were to do that and see that, your mind would be freaking blown off. I'm not telling you that to try to do a magic trick on you. I'm just being authentic and telling you how that my life is, even I become consciously aware of this coding, yet still my life is being scripted in the now moment. How do you wrap your mind around that? How do you describe that? What do you do with it? East 5 is, you're asking about the sun. I've gotten this quite a bit from people. What about the white sun versus the yellow sun? I don't see a difference. I've gone back to think as far back as I can go when I was a kid, and I don't remember any difference. You know, when the sun goes down, when it's high in the sky and it's a clear day, depending on the variables, you know, how much humidity's in the air. There's a lot of variables that go into the sun and the color that it exposes when it's in certain parts of, and then what season it's in. But when that sun comes down from its glory, from its throne, and starts to go down, it's going to turn into a yellow sun. It does it here in Mexico. If it's sunny, it does it every time. And then you get your glorious orange sunsets in red. Okay, so I'm not sure. I couldn't give you an answer on, is it white now? It used to be yellow. I remember it distinctively being yellow. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I will conject back to, like, this is your movie. See, you saw the thing that I did with the beginning of this, with the quotes, right? This is a screenplay. Your reality is a screenplay exactly created for you. What you see, what you feel, what you hear, what you experience may not be the same thing that I feel and see and experience. But why would I ever say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about? Because you see, what you're experiencing in your reality is exclusively made for you. And there's a very good possibility that whatever you adopt as your beliefs, whatever you download and say, oh yeah, this is my 1 + 1 = 2, that actually may be what creates your reality, not mine. Now we may have some cross filtration here, yes. But your truth and your reality only needs to be your truth and your reality. And you don't need to go defend it. Why would you need to go defend your truth? It's futile to do it anyway. It's useless. You just wait, you throw your energy away where it's not being productive. The only thing that you get out of defending your truth is like, oh yeah, I was right. You get to be right. Great. Congratulations. Let me send you a cake. The next time you win an argument or debate, think about what I'm telling you here. What do you get out of it? You see, you get a payoff, right? Life gives you a payoff in whatever you do. You go to the gym, you do cardio, you do some weights, you feel good. The payoff is you get to feel good. I'm looking pretty good in the mirror, right? You get the payoff of that. If you go buy 6 Krispy Kreme donuts and you sit down and eat them, what's the payoff? You get this explosion of your taste buds and you get a belly that's happy, maybe for a period of time. Some of you may feel like shit after you eat 6 donuts. There's a payoff in everything that we do, including trying to be right. Someone that's like I said, I got a buddy of mine, super close friend, one of my best friends. He's studying the Bible right now, cover to cover, reading it. And so he's so engrossed in it. And he's the guy this was real. This is all factual. And so I'm getting his narration and story of a conversation of this is the absolute truth. Okay, well, that's what you're engrossed in. That's your reality. I'm not in that reality. And then, of course, the ego's going to say, well, it's the truth, though. And anybody that doesn't believe it, you're crazy. This is the truth. It's your truth. The truth of the truth is it's your truth. But then you may not even say that you'll agree upon that. Oh, no. It's got to be a universal truth. You got that. There's only one truth. Well, then why do we have all this division in our world? Because division's caused by many truths. See, if everybody wore the same clothes, if everybody joined the same cult, church, religion, if everybody had one government, if everybody had one style of music to listen to, how great would the world be? Imagine you have to eat the same food for a year. You will hate that food after a certain period of time, and you'll never probably want to eat it again. That's the same concept I'm trying to get along here. If you think your truth is the holy grail, and everything outside of that is hogwash and bullshit, you have boxed yourself in. I've done enough breakdowns, folks, almost 500 videos now breaking down people, places, and things to show you that everybody's on an individual journey. People are destined to become part of groups and bands and movies, and it was their destiny. I even asked my buddy today, man, one of my best friends who I absolutely love, right? We're talking about the Pope. And he's talking about the end times, and he's talking about like all this prophecy coming true. And I asked a question. I said, do you believe in predestination? And he started to go off and try to get all philosophical. I'm like, dude, it's a yes or no answer. Do you believe in predestination? Well, irregardless of the answer, see, the question I'll pose to you is, do you believe in predestination? And so then if the answer is yes, if you say yes, like I have so much support that we live in a predestined reality, it would blow your mind. Like I could bring that to a court of law and I would be able to win over any jury. Because who's gonna come up and say, oh, well then, who's gonna prove that it's not? You can't prove that. I can support that you live in a predestined reality by showing you the script that's decoded day in and day out. So I had asked a question, I'm like, okay, great. So, and then, the current Pope right now, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. I'm like, okay, does the Pope, you think the Pope is aware? You think he's at a high level of understanding? You would think so, right? Being at that high level, got to have some kind of knowledge. So with that in mind, why I'm asking these questions about that, like if the Pope is the bad guy, a lot of people think it's the Antichrist, right? In these contexts of these stories, you would think the guy would know that's his role. And he ain't moving from his role. He is doing his role. He is all in with his character. Now, if a lot of people say, oh, the Antichrist is going to be destroyed and removed. Okay, well, but this guy's all in with the Antichrist character. He's all in, man. He is all in. He ain't budging. Predestination. Judas Iscariot, the one who deceived Jesus, clearly it said that Jesus, before it ever happened, one of you will deceive me. That means Judas had no choice. That's why I get so passionate about this. Judas Iscariot had no choice. That's why theology to me is it's a big story. It's a story. Just like Alice in Wonderland, The Wizard of Oz, Taxi Driver. They're all just stories. What happened to Daniel and the Syncretism Society? Syncretism Society, Santos moved. Daniel had this opportunity. He's over in Africa. He took that opportunity to go over do that. I've talked to him. Him and Santos, they're supposed to be reviving the Syncretism Society and bringing it back. They're adamant about that, and I hope they do. But that's as much as I can tell you. I don't know. I don't know anything more than that. I just know that they want to revive it and bring it back and continue to help people with what they're doing. So that's all I can tell you about that. M. Douglas, you must be a little bit late to the party, brother. Do I look at astrocartography? You may want to go back towards the beginning of this. What's your question 67? Because we covered a little bit of that. I actually did it with some visuals. I love looking at astrocartography. Ladies and gentlemen, you think about religion, right? You think about what's going on over there in Israel, and you take into consideration the three biggest religions in the world are in Israel. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All three have a holy center there in Jerusalem. You can have it. See, I don't need that to be a good person. I don't need that to decide I'm going to be service to others. I'm going to help people. I've been doing it my whole life, as far as I can look back. I'm not looking for pats on the back. I don't look to get trophies about it. I just feel good. My reward, my payoff is I feel good when I help people. That's it. That's what I do. So the question would be, is that what you do? Are you service to others? Are you more service to others? Or are you more service to self? I don't know. You got your screenplay, I got mine. Danica says, I'd rather be happy than right. Makes life better. And I concur 1,000% on that. My buddy Johnny, one of my other friends, he would always throw the quote at me, which I love. And he says, do you want to win or do you want to be right? And that's what I know him for. He's a very, very intelligent human being. Do you want to win or do you want to be right? Spotting the Draco simulation code says there's a dragon on the ocean floor. It's got a diamond on its belly and the diamond in a square and a cube. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if you want, do I have it? I think it's a Patreon exclusive. But there's a river in Europe called the Rhine River. So those of you that are interested, if you go look at the Rhine River, it's tied to Lucifer and the dragon, of course, and the Rhine River looks a hell of a lot like a dragon. So it's not just in one specific place. You can make shapes out of so many different things. Like when you stare at a cloud, you can make so many different shapes. So it can get really kind of convoluted. And I'm not saying spotting the Draco here that you're incorrect. I'm sure there is. Robert Hadley, a fellow decoder, he pointed out that he's what's called the face on the floor. There's a face on the ocean floor. Right. And there was a book, I think, written on it. It's interesting. Looking at your comments. Avi's asking, what is your favorite thing to do in Mexico? This. I have to actually pull myself away. See, that's the thing. That's why this is why I know this is my passion and my path. You know, I wake up here in Mexico. I wake up and I have my routine. I try to get in the sun, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Try to get to the beach. It's 2 blocks away. Ground my feet. I get to the gym, ride my bike to the gym. It's 1.5 miles away. I do my workout, take care of my temple. Think about what I'm going to eat for the day. And then I come back here and I find myself just drawn to decode it. It's just like it's like a drug. So if you'd be blown away. I've been here 2.5 years. And I mean, I've done a few things. Like I've gone down to Tulum a few times. Jordan was here. Got to visit with him down in Tulum. I've gone to the big park here, the Mexican park. It's called Xcaret, which is like their flagship. Has everything there. It's pretty badass. If you ever come down to Cancun, Playa del Carmen, there's this thing called Xcaret, which is their flagship park, and it's a family park, but it has an aquarium, butterfly exhibit. It's got the ocean. It's got a speedboat. You can go into. It's like so many different things. It's pretty cool. It's like a whole. You can go swimming. They got a big show at night. It's pretty amazing. So they have that. I really want to take up golf again, but because I used to play golf as a kid and I loved it because it's a thinking sport. But it's just not the time right now. So I would be doing that. But, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I find myself I wake up and I just can't, it just sucks me in. And I just want to know more. And when I start to find these things and I see them and I'm like, oh my, and I just found a new toy with the ciphers. I created a cipher out of the digits of 3.144 pi, not 3.141. And when you correlate that, and I have a course coming out to show you how to do that, on how to decode through the pi cipher and how to use it with the alphabet. And I found that by decoding the matrix again. And I'm pretty convinced now that this cipher is specifically designed to decode the matrix and this whole reality. And I mean, I will say this lightly, but like Chaldean numerology, which is, has been my go-to and lean to, and how I have said it's the king of the ciphers. I would even say that this cipher, along with the golden ratio cipher, these two ciphers give it a run for its money. So that's what I do for fun, ladies and gentlemen. I study, I research. I'm an artist too. I do music. I have a card deck I'm working on, digital art, but mainly just trying to figure this reality out, to solidify it. And then you see a lot of my art in my graphics. That's because I have this Rahu Ketu axis of Gemini and Sagittarius. So that was my long answer, AV. Jesse, you were Xcaret. Awesome. It's a pretty amazing. I would definitely suggest anybody that comes to this part of Mexico, Cancun, Playa del Carmen, Tulum, to go to Xcaret. It's definitely something to see one time at least. And you probably won't even see the whole thing in one day because it's a big ass park. Claire's doing target archery. That's cool. Jason's asking, is the royal star of the lion, is that tied to Sirius, and is Sirius tied with the constellation of Leo? Tough one to answer. See, when you take Sirius, are you serious right now? I'm going to be serious, right? When you take Sirius and you bring it into the numerology cipher, and this is why numerology is, and I'll be honest, like even with Chaldean, even if I just use one cipher, which I have always encouraged decoders to do, if you're going to decode a language, use just one cipher. Doesn't have to be Chaldean, right? But get just one, because when you have cross filtration into the other ones, it waters your results down. So Sirius is 16 in Chaldean, which is the Tower card in the tarot, right? Now, that has a lot of merit to it. But Sirius didn't come from the English language. It goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, which it was called soap debt, and you don't even know if you put the vowels in there because they didn't have that. So you have the SPDT, and you have those that you can decode, and then you can go to Sothis, which was the Greek word for Sirius. And I've decoded this multiple times. My bloodline decoded. So that's tied to the 100. Sirius is tied to 100. It can be. And the 100 is tied to that show, The 100. And the 100 is tied to the fallen angel story, which is where you may have these ancient ones that are underground now that have survived the test of time. And they're from the star Sirius, the star seed Sirius. possible. But the royal star of the lion in numerology is the number 23. And 23 is tied to the words in Chaldean now, just Chaldean, blood, crown, history, and woman. So see, women is 23, blood is 23. See how that works? And how do we get created in this reality? Through a woman and through her blood. So the royal star of the lion being 23, it's also, yes, it is tied to the sign of Leo, and Leo being the sign, the star side of Regulus, and Regulus possibly being the regulator, and Leo being the sun. The sun is the ruler of Leo. And if the sun is the father of the sun is Jupiter, well, then you'd have Jupiter and the sun, the Christ. And now you'd have the 9th house of Sagittarius and the 5th house of Leo. 95 is one half of the I am. If you flip it, 59. 59 is called the game of life in numerology. Contract with God is 59 in numerology. 59 is the 17th prime number. 17th is the 7th prime number, and 7 is the 4th prime number. It stops at the number 4. 4 is a big deal number. It's tied to our 4 blood types. It's tied to this. 4 sides. It's tied to the cube. And wouldn't you know it that the number 4 is the second square number? And when you let me just do this on the fly. I'm going to show all of you. Let's do a little decoding here. I want to show all of you. Okay. So we go to numberempire.com. Okay. And we type in, we're just going to start with 277. Well, I know it's the 59th prime number, right? Well, why? This is a big deal number, but besides this, okay, I think it's 1787, I think is, let me see if I'm right. Yeah, so 1787 is the 277th prime number. Right now, you'd be like, well, where'd you get the 1787 from? Well, from a decoder I got coming out, but you just follow this path now. If you're a decoder, you want to look at the prime and you want, how far down can I go? Well, we click on 277 and we see 277 is the 59th prime number. And I know through numerology that the words contract with God is 59. And I also know that the words forbidden fruit is a 59. And I also know that the game of life is 59. Okay? So 59 is a big marker, and 59 is going to be tied to the number 17. So we click 59, and now it's the 17th prime number. And we know if we go back to 17, we have this word fish tied to Jesus. We have this word life. We have this word matrix. We have this word story. Okay? Story, life, matrix, fish. Okay? And that's the star card in the tarot. So the 59 is the contract with God. 17 is the star card in the tarot. You're all the stars here. And then you go down even further, and the 17 is now the 7th prime number. We have 7 chakras right here. Right? So we become the star, and we now have 7 energy centers. Okay? That's important. And then we click on it again, and now the 7 becomes the 4th prime number. And then you just go down again. Is 4 prime number? No, it stops there. So this is what's called a composite number. There are many variables with this, but when I scroll down here, you can see that the 4 is the second square number. So of course, as a decoder, what are you going to do with this? Well, I'm going to open up the cipher, the square cipher. Okay. I'm going to open up the square cipher right here. Okay. And now I'm just going to type in the number 4 here. 4. And we get 1026. Well, now I'm going to bring this into alchemy. And what element has the 1026 or the 126? It's the I. See the 126 there? And what is the I? What is the I? I am that I am. Well, then you just clearly go and you can see that this planet right here, this cosmic has an eye on it. You see it? And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, my current level of research right now has Jupiter, Zeus pegged as the element called iodine. Okay? Running the 4. Okay? Running 4. And 4 is 23. And that's the same as the word blood. How many blood types do we have? We have A, we have O, we have A, we have B, and we have AB. And that gives you 13. That's that big, mighty 13 that we have. Okay, the 4 blood types. So 4 is 23, blood is 23, history is 23, crown is 23, clone is 23. Okay, that's what we do with mathematics and decoding. We just follow it all the way down, and we can find out, okay, well, 4 is a composite, but it is a square number. And that's what I found, ladies and gentlemen, so far with my decoding efforts. And this matrix decoded has completely opened up a whole different arena for me as a researcher. And I'm telling you, like, I don't even know how to describe it to all of you. Like I said earlier, and I'll say it again. I had this backpack that I take it everywhere with me. It's like my purse, right? I put my food in it when I go to the store. I take it to the gym. My headphones. It's got everything in it. Well, I've had the thing for like 2 years, and it's old. I needed a new one. I wanted to get the same backpack because I like it. So I went on to Amazon and I found the same backpack, but you know what color it was that I could only get it in? Red. Red. And red is the red pill that Neo took to go down into the Matrix. Coincidence? No, because you see, ladies and gentlemen, The Matrix, the movie, let me just get rid of the square. The Matrix is 31. See, it's pi right there, 3.14. The Matrix is 31. Then we just go to mathematics again. What is 31? The 11th prime number. And then you just go back here. And what color was the pill that Neo took? Red. See? 11. And I, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, it's like my life it's so scripted right now. I can't even begin to tell you. Like it started with watermelon. Watermelon is a striped fruit. Jupiter's the striped planet. This was weeks before I started decoding this matrix. Neo takes the red pill. I get this red backpack. The only one I could get with the same backpack. I'm drinking watermelon juice for the past 2.5 weeks. Like I've never drank before. It's red. I could tell you some other stuff that just will blow your mind. I'm just giving you easy stuff. The stuff that I'm not going to tell you would blow your mind of what's happening to me in my life. How's this possible? What's running my life? My high school mascot was a tiger. What is the striped planet? The tiger. Jupiter. Folks, this hole that you go down when you're as a decoder, when you start, it's so amazing, man. Like it's breathtaking when you can start to see the code and you know you're just along for the ride. And you kind of just surrender. All right. And so this is what I like when I have a discussion with somebody. It doesn't matter what it is. Like you tell me your story, and I get a story about theology. Okay, I'm listening. I love listening to it. But then I just go right back to how my life's scripted, and I'm like, then how does that have any bearing in my life when I got a script playing out that I'm not even in control of? It's just comical. That's why God, whatever created this reality, whatever it is a stand-up comedian. And you know what unconditional love is, folks? Love is allowing. It's everything. That's unconditional love. Unconditional love is looking down at your creation and seeing the good and the bad and the ugly and allowing it to happen. That's unconditional love. Because it's a movie. This is a movie. You're in a movie set. It's a reality show. And it never ends. Ever. It just changes. We can gauge it through the astrological signs and seasons, the yugas. I mean, just look at your life through when you were born into this world and then maybe if you fast track and say, you know what, when you're going to die. One day you're going to die. One day I'm going to die. And as you move towards death, you decay. Things break. You got to pay a little more attention to your health. Things break. Didn't have to do that when you were a little kid, if you were born healthy. And that's the cycle of life. Baby to senior citizen, then you die. A tree grows in the springtime, produces its fruit and leaves, and then the leaves fall during the wintertime and they die, and the cycle begins all over again. Same thing happens through the astrological signs. It goes from a birth stage, the golden age, and it moves to the death stage. It's that simple. The story of life, folks, is you have you even in the context, which I had done let me show you this. I had done this. This one was really big. If you watched my one-hit wonder decode number 1, it was right here. It really narrated it beautifully. Let me see if I can find it. There it is right here. You want to talk about, like, look at this. So when you're a writer, okay? If you're somebody who writes screenplays or you write a fiction, you write a story, short story, it has to have what's called a 3-act structure here. And it's a model used to make a story. And this is classically in the story written aspect of being a screenplay writer. It's you have the setup, you have the confrontation, and you have the resolution. Chaos and order. So here you would have order, the setup, happy home. Look at this, setup is 26. This is the 26th card, happy home. Then, because there's no resistance going on, and people like, what do you learn when everything's peaceful and glorious and beautiful and there's nothing to challenge you? You learn very little. But now you have a confrontation come in. Now you have a sickness or a disease come into your body. Man, just thing came out of nowhere. I got stage 1 cancer. Now you have this, worry and stress, part of the story. Now you got to go fix it. And then you have the resolution. You go to who am I going to pick to have my operation? Who am I going to pick to have my doctor? To fix this problem of my chaos. Okay? This is exactly how the cycles of life work. You're born into the world as a baby, happy home. As you go through life, you start to get worry, stress, fear, anxiety, you get health issues, et cetera, and then you find the resolution to fix it. Okay? That's exactly how this whole thing works in our reality, and this is how beautiful the tarot is to give you the picture, the mini picture of how our storyboard works in life. So right now, you have this going on here in Israel right now. A lot of this, you have a lot of confrontation going on in this 3-step story process right here. And what's going to come of this right here? It's going to move to a resolution. There will be choices made. Israel just said, we're at war right here. They're at this stage of the game. And then it will move to this. There will be a resolution by choices, not by man, but by the screenplay writer. You can call it God, Lord, whatever, right there. And this is what will happen. Then you'll have peace again. Then you'll move to this again. And then you'll have peace, not forever, because you need resistance again to get people all excited about the project. Oh my God, did you hear about the war going on? And now you've created energy exchange. And then you go back to the choice of fixing it. Then you go back to happy home. Then you get the resistance. Then you get the fixing again. And it just is a non-stop cycle, ladies and gentlemen. It's non-stop. It doesn't end. That's our reality that you're in. That's why if you're a fan of theology, clearly it says, God says in Isaiah 45 verse 7, I create peace and evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. What do you think? Who do you think's creating the wars in this reality? I mean, if you were the ruler of this, if this was your baby, if you were God and you were looking over earth, right? If you were looking over earth, would you let all this shit show happen? Like, do you just invite criminals over to your house for dinner? Just like have them camping out at your house?
Yeah, come on in. Oh, don't worry about it. You can bring your guns in. You can bring your knives in. Yeah, oh, you got a rap sheet? No problem. Come out to dinner. Come have dinner with my family. No. But that's exactly how this reality works. So you can't take that example and tie it into, what I'm telling you about God and this whole reality. There has to be something more to the story. Everything is allowed to happen in this reality because it's not real. It's a movie. We're being watched. This is entertainment. That's how kind of sick it is. The screenplay's already been written. We're just along for the ride. If you don't want to be a part of it anymore and just be more of an observer and say, oh, I see how this is working. Oh, okay. I'm just going to, I'll just turn that off. I don't want to be part of that anymore. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but that's not fun tuning into that stuff. It's not something that makes me grow and enhances my life. I always feel like somebody watching me. Yeah. Someone's asking thoughts on empty houses. If you have an empty house in astrology, you will still have the zodiac sign that plays out. So it's not just, there's nothing, because I have some houses that are bare, but the houses that are bare still have a zodiac sign and the house and number that they're in. So there will always be what's called the depositor. The depositor is the ruler of that house, the lord or lordess. And then you have the landlord, right, which is the zodiac sign. So then you would look too. So you said you have, let me see if I can find it. Your nodes have 0 planets in the houses they're in. Yeah, but consider your node to be a celestial. It's an energy. So if you have just the dragon's head, dragon's tail in the 2 houses that they're in, and there's no other celestials there, you still have the landlord of that house and the depositor / lord or lordess of that house, and where their location's at, to affect the functionality of that dragon's head, dragon's tail. So I'll give you an example. Well, actually, mine's not even a good example because I got planets in mine, but. So Jason says, chaos needs order and order needs chaos. There always must be balance. That is why religion doesn't work as it is imbalanced. See, I would take a different approach. I would say religion does work. It's doing its job. It's designed to cause the imbalance. Everything is perfect, in my opinion, my take on it, right? And you may differ, all of you here. Listen, everything's already perfect in this reality. We live in what we call an imperfect world, but it's perfectly imperfect. When you get the change in your life, oh, things are so perfect right now. Like you've probably made that phone call, call up your parents. Hey, how's life going for you? Oh my God, it's so perfect right now. Just got married, got a kid on the way. Everything's so perfect. Well, guess what? I can tell you right now for a fact, that's not going to last. But it's perfectly imperfect. Bell Sprout's asking about societies being used. Will they be used up continually in space and time? Look, ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations the Catholic Church, the United States government, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, MI6, the British Parliament, what do these all have in common with each other? They are all archetypes. They are all designed to market to you. Some of them a little bit more than others. Some of them want to be incognito. But they're all archetypes. They all are pieces on the board to get used through the strategy of what is controlling and operating this reality. If you take all those archetypes I just talked about and you now move it into a movie, the next movie or show you watch, you're going to see archetypes all over the place. They're called actors and actresses. They're all archetypes. You are an archetype, which is just, you're just a battery. That's why Morpheus held up the battery in the Matrix and said you're a battery. You know, is it a coincidence that in the 3.144 cipher, actually, do I even have this thing open? Yeah, I do. Hold on. Let me show all of you real quick. So this is this cipher right here. This 3.144 cipher is the new cipher that I created and I've been using, and I started to decode the matrix with it. Okay, these are my two big primaries right now besides the Chaldean. Okay, the golden ratio, which is phi and then pi. And there you have the word battery. And I want you to keep your eyes on this pi right here. Battery is 22, which is the same thing as the word matrix. Is that a coincidence? And why are these matched up like that? Same thing. Okay? Because that's what you want. That's what the matrix is, a battery. Earth is a battery. It's a harvesting station. This is a battery designed to give energy to something, to feed off of. So we've been told through the context of mythologies that there's ambrosia, food for the gods. That's energy harvesting. And energy creates heat. And heat creates things. So you just take the context of Earth being an enclosed, self-contained system, which it is, I think. And it's the so below of that to mimic or to show you a Mandelbrot set, a fractal down from Earth is a simple egg. Inside the egg, if you crack it, there's the egg albumin, which is the white, which represents the atmosphere of Earth. The eggshell represents the firmament, and the yolk represents the sun. The yolk is called the vitellus. And the vitellus is, the job of the vitellus, the yolk, is to feed the embryo. If you correlate that to the woman's womb, it would be the placenta. So inside this self-contained system called Earth, we have the sun, which gives us life. In the egg, you have the vitellus, which gives the embryo life. That's how simple it is. And the egg, of course, they're like any egg you get at the store, there is no embryo inside of it. It's just the vitellus and the egg albumin, the egg white. An egg needs a chicken to sit on it and to incubate it, it needs heat. What does our reality thrive off of? Nothing grows in the cold, frigid, like when it gets super cold in the tundra, stuff just freezes up. You need heat. Heat is what makes things grow. Light and heat. Just like an egg, just like a chicken sitting on the egg to incubate it, and the egg now creates the offspring, which is the embryo. Now the embryo it needs the vitellus, the sun inside the egg, to feed the chicken or the embryo so it become a chicken. That's exactly how our reality works here inside the Earth. We are all the embryos. The sun is feeding us. That's why you need the vitamin D. The sun is our egg yolk. It's the vitalis. And we as human beings, we are batteries inside this matrix, and we're giving energy to things. So are we batteries? 1,000%. They even highlighted it in the matrix. I'm not saying that that's absolute truth. But what I am going to tell you is that the whole Matrix movie, I can guarantee you this is my fact here. The whole Matrix movie is based on Jupiter and Zeus. The Matrix movie came out on March 24th, 1999. 24 is tied to Jupiter. The symbol of Jupiter is the 24, the 2, 4, and 1, but it's 24. 24 hours in a day. And then they had a movie, the Wachowskis had another movie called Jupiter Ascending. And that movie came out on the 27th. And the word Jupiter in Chaldean numerology equals the number 27. So if they're consciously aware of this, great. But I can tell you my final answer at this stage of the game, ladies and gentlemen, the Matrix and Jupiter, it's all tied to Zeus. And Zeus just so happens to be not only the largest planet in the canopy, but it's also the king of the gods in the Greek mythologies. And it just so happens Jupiter has that great red spot, which is the eye. And I already showed how eye is tied to iodine, which is one half of the I am. Now you get into the yod. If you go into Gnosticism, you get into the demiurge. You're going to get into Jupiter being the Yod He Vahe, which is tied to the God of the Bible. Jupiter. The largest planet, folks. And I can tell you, do I even have, actually, now that I'm on this roll, I'm going to show you right now. Here we go. You ready? This is a new system that I've created. Some of you have seen it. This is called Astro 360, I'm calling this. And this is where you can take an astrological map with the nakshatras, and you can take a 360-degree compass, and you can put it on the background, and you can measure out any number here and what its opposite is. Now, obviously, I have what's highlighted here. I have Zeus. Okay? So Zeus, I'm going all the way back to Greek mythology, because Jupiter is Roman, Greek is before Roman. So I'm going to go back as far as I can. Zeus is a Greek archetype. And you see it's 54 here, which is tied to Xenon. And Xenon, if you've been paying attention, is tied to the voice in your head, because Pink Floyd has that song saying, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. And that's 131. Xenon. When you go to alchemy, folks, when you go to alchemy and you look at Xenon, look at what it is a picture of. It's the flash of creation. And look what it says. It comes from the Greek word xenos, which means stranger. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. That's what Roger Waters. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. 131. That's Roger Waters in his song called Brain Damage off of the 1973 album Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Right there. Xenon, Z, the X. Okay? It's 54. Do you remember They Live? Do you remember that movie? This one right here? And it was all about consume and obey. Don't ask questions. Well, what was the cable station called? Cable 54. This was what was producing the hypnotic trance to keep you stuck in a loop. This one, 54. Tied to Xenon, 54. Tied to the stranger. Tied to Zeus, folks. Okay? It's tied to Zeus. This is Xenos in the Greek, 70. Okay, 70. If I do the marker here for 70, I put it to 70 right there. 70 pairs up with 260, and it's in the sign of Sagittarius, which is ruled by Jupiter. Gemini and Jupiter. Gemini is the two twins, the prison. The prison. And then Sagittarius is the 9th zodiac sign. Okay? It's Zeus, ladies and gentlemen. The voice in your head, that's what it's leading me to. My damn high school mascot was a tiger. I'm drinking watermelon juice weeks before I found this. It's the striped fruit. It's red. Neo took the red pill. Am I supposed to just throw this all away? No, that doesn't mean anything. No. That doesn't mean anything. But just blow it off like it's a coincidence, or it's like, that's kind of cool. So whatever's running this reality is heavily tied to Zeus and that whole mythology. And it's tied to, and Ra's in there too. So Zeus may be Ra. Marco Leonard's asking the question, if life is scripted, who's writing the script? Well, that's the question of all questions. That's like the $1 million question. Who or what is writing the script? A lot of people believe that there's a quantum computer writing the script. Is it possible? Yep. But you see, never seen it. It's a theory. Now, I know you could say, well, so is Zeus and Saturn. Yeah. But at least if I put a telescope up there, I can see that. And then you study all the ancient texts through the mythologies, the stories of that, they've been passed down. Or so history says. Is history manipulated? Yeah, of course the history is manipulated. Anybody can take any kind of story and throw it into the timeline of history, and then somebody 200 years down the line says, oh, but it was in the history books. I found it in this 1900 book. I found it in this book that was written in the 1700s, so it must be real. We don't know anything, folks. Like, we really don't know anything. Things can easily get manipulated, and they can look like they haven't been manipulated. So, is there some quantum computer writing? I mean, there was this 1960 show called The Newsbenders. And I ended up reaching out to one of the writers, and he actually emailed me back. I found him on LinkedIn. He was this older gentleman. And I had asked him, hey, where'd you get the idea for Newsbenders? And he's like, well, the majority of it came from Desmond, the other writer. You'd have to ask him. And if you do talk to him, tell him to reach out to me. I haven't talked to him in a really long time. It'd be great to hear from him. So I reached out to this guy's agency, never got anything back. Twice I did, so I just let it go. The Newsbenders. But that whole story was about there's an artificial intelligence that's dictating the script. And then man carries out the script. Okay, great. So if you have a central location for a quantum computer, and there are these high-level people at these agencies that are using this quantum computer to narrate the script and to deliver the news out onto the world stage to keep people engrossed in that, that's totally fine. But how do you explain my life or your life when I don't partake in the mainstream? What is scripting my life? What's narrating my life? What is showing me all these signs and symbols? What is showing me the path? Because it surely doesn't seem like any quantum computer's running my life. Or trying to manipulate my life through an agency, through a man using this artificial intelligence. So I will never say that there isn't a possibility of some quantum computer that is running the news and spitting out what the news should be producing. Okay, great. Like obviously that would, like artificial intelligence now, you can create art through these systems. And you can write a story asking the artificial intelligence to write the story, of course. Chat, GPT, all these, yes. So there is this possibility of the news being generated by some artificial intelligence that may have been around for a very, very long time. But what happens when you deviate off of and you don't pay attention to that script anymore? I just know now, I know it's just a big movie. So I don't really pay attention to it anymore. But yet my life's still scripted. What's scripting my life? I can't tell you that. I don't know. I have ideas, but it's not just one solidified idea. There's many possibilities. So is there a quantum computer that's scripting my life? I'd have to see it. I would get into doubting Thomas mode at that point. How do I view manifesting? Well, I mean, manifesting is part of your screenplay. There's been many times when something has happened in your life. Like, I'll give you an example. And this comes into correlation, JB MMA, about manifesting. Because I know there is a lot, I've studied a lot of personal development. Bob Proctor is one of my mentors. I love all his information. I've watched a lot of Jim Rohn and Tony Robbins, all these, big time head honcho people in the personal development world. Law of Attraction. I've read all the books. Master Key System, The Game of Life and How to Play It. I mean, I've read so many of these books. I was into it, all that stuff. And so maybe through the use of free will and focusing on that part of your screenplay, you're able to tap in and draw things into you. That is a possibility. There are people that would swear up and down that is the truth because they do it. Right? They do it. But maybe that's just the game allowing them to do it to set the example so it draws more people in, because most people that get into this, I can manifest whatever it is that I want, they now get into playing the game at a very deep level. I'm going to go manifest a plane. I'm going to go manifest a business. I'm going to get 100 employees. Next thing you know, you're really heavily into the game. Right? And there's nothing wrong with that, obviously. Bob Proctor, he was a 10 of diamonds. 10 of diamonds, Bob Proctor was. That card is called this card right here, Bob Proctor. This is like you can have whatever you want. Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowl rings, 10 of diamonds. Michael Jackson, 10 of diamonds. Prince, 10 of diamonds. So like manifesting whatever you want. Bob Proctor taught that and he was a freaking 10 of diamonds. Why can't everybody have the life of Bob Proctor? Because they're not 10 of freaking diamonds. Why is Tom Brady only got 7 Super Bowl rings? Why isn't there other people? Because they don't have what Tom Brady has as a screenplay. Tom Brady got that screenplay. Bob Proctor got that screenplay. So clearly Proctor having the 10 of diamonds, which is like the ultimate mastery of manifestation. This person comes in, incarnates, and remember, ladies and gentlemen, the base fundamental is that this reality needs players. It needs human beings for it to keep going. So you get somebody to come in like a Bob Proctor who can tell you can have whatever you want. And most people will use it service to self because they start to utilize the law of attraction. Oh my God, this really works. And okay, now I'm going to manifest this and now I'm going to manifest that. Next thing you know, now everything about simplicity in your life, everything that didn't drag you down into the game now is dragging you down into the game. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just making kind of an example of this. But manifestation, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, it's going to be on a personal level for you. Your manifestations will be all about your script. And then are you fulfilling your script's destiny? Is there any leeway on that? See, I don't think there's any accidents in life. I think everything is imperfectly perfect. Like the example I wanted to give you, JB MMA, was that like how many times all of you, this is for everybody, how many times something happens? A simple little thing, like maybe you're cooking and you burn the food and you got company coming over and you ain't got time to recook it. So you got to head out to go pick food up. And when you go out and pick the food up, maybe you meet somebody. That person changes or alters the course of your life. Was it you that really burnt the food? Or forgot it was on the stove? Or maybe you got into a small little fender bender and you had to go to the hospital and you meet a nurse there, or you meet a doctor and you fall in love. Was it you that got in the accident? Or was it your script that pushed you into that accident so you would go to the hospital to meet that person who you now are married to? And you have that story, it's like, oh my God, yeah, I never would have met this person unless I would have gotten into this accident. So did you get into the accident? These simple little things that most people just don't pay attention to. I hope you're paying attention to them now. So manifestations, what is it? Just like Morpheus says, what is real? You know, I've had so many things happen in my life and I question them, like the simplest little things. Breaking a glass on the floor and you gotta, did I break the glass? Well, if nothing monumental comes out of that, or maybe you cut your finger and it gets infected. And the infection leads to you almost having to cut your finger off. Maybe that will lead you down to help somebody else not go through the same set of circumstances again. Spotting the Draco. Well, I mean, obviously I would chalk it up that you have, because you have this long avatar name, Spotting the Draco Earth Simulation Code. And then your question is, have you ever spotted a Draco? Well, I would just refer the question back to you. What is your definition of a Draco? That would be my question back to you to define more of this question you're asking me. Because I don't know what your definition of a Draco is. So if you want to drop that into the text and I see it, then that'd be great. So Angela 369, my brother's a 10 of diamonds and he's homeless, living in his car. He doesn't know how to manage the money. Okay, but maybe, is it permanent? Is it permanent for your brother? See, like if I had somebody like that, this is just me, like I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm saying if it was me, and I had like if I had a sibling living in a car and I knew they were the 10 of diamonds, and I had the information of the card, I would go to them and I would share with them and tell them, this guy has the 10 of diamonds, this guy had the 10 of diamonds, this girl had the 10, all these successful people had the 10 of diamonds. And you have the same ability to jump into that exclusive club. Like, do we believe enough in these scripts to then say, hey, let me take you in, I'll support you because you have the 10 of diamonds card. Is it guaranteed? No, of course not. It doesn't mean, if you have a 10 of diamonds and it's fortunate blessings card, which that's what the card means, doesn't mean you're going to have instant success. Because you would have to look at, and this is why I'm a fan of all these mystical art platforms, the cards is just one layer. You got to look at the astrological maps, both Vedic and tropical and Chinese. You got to look at the numerology, the life path, the destiny number, the soul's heart's desire number. There's a lot of your birthday number. You got to look at where your Chiron. You got to look at all the aspects of someone's life, and then on top of that, you got to take into consideration that there is this screenplay playing out for this person, and that your brother living in his car, that is a big lesson to learn, and maybe that's part of the screenplay. He's got to go through that, and maybe one day he'll get out of that situation and he'll become a superstar. And then he'll be able to reflect back, and what a story of rags to riches would that be? Because Bob Proctor, who's the 10 of diamonds, if you go follow his story, I don't think he was living in his car, but he was really at the bottom of the barrel. If you go follow Bob Proctor's story from Canada, his story is like, man, he was really at the bottom of the barrel. Hated life. And then one day I think he said he was in a cafe. He met this dude. And that guy changed his life forever. And again, think about what I'm telling you. Why did he meet this guy? He was supposed to. But you see, this is maybe where the free will comes in, where like, we got to trust this code. You got to know the base fundamentals of your code. And then for me, it's like riding the waves. When I do readings with people, I'm like, if you're on a good wave right now, like I use the surfer a lot. If you're a surfer and you're paddling out on your board and you get a big wave and you start riding the wave back in, you don't just jump off halfway through the ride. No, you ride that wave as long as you can. That's what you do with life. If you're on a wave and it's a good one, I say ride that sucker as long as you can, because it's not going to last. You may fall and crash and burn. You may lose your business. You may have to file for bankruptcy. You may have to get a divorce. And then the thing is, when you know that cycle's complete, you just look for another opportunity to get on another wave. And it's back on the wave again, and it's back to riding, and it's back to being free. So your brother who's in the car, staying in the car, like, is it permanent? If he wants it to be permanent, if it's part of his screenplay to be permanent, is there any conscious ability to get out of that? I would say so. You know, you take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, that there is this aspect of angels and demons being here. The good cop and the bad cop. And they may end up handing off the reins when they lose the control. So think about this. You have these good cop, bad cop angels in this reality. And their jobs are to manage people. And their boss is God, who gets all the prana, who gets all the energy anyway. So when you have somebody who's living in their car, maybe, or living on the streets, or is homeless, or then maybe they're more on the bad cop side. And then they get into drugs, or they get into prostitution, or whatever is on the lower scale of the spectrum of the activities. And so it's the demon that gets to take control of that person and feed off of that person. Then maybe one day they have some major event happen in their life, and it alters the course of their life, and they start going to maybe they go to AA, and they go into the 12-step program, or they go to a church, or they go to a guru, and whatever. I found God, and they start to move and work towards becoming more of a good person. Well, then the demon's like, I can't use this person anymore. This person's useless. I can't get any food from this person anymore. They're not thinking shitty. They're not thinking negatively. They're not shooting up drugs. So I can't use this. So now, hey, you take them. And they shuffle him to the angel now. And now the angel starts using the person for food. But see, you can't have one without the other, the spectrum. You can't just have unicorns and skittle bridges all the time and nothing to challenge that. So there could be this sliding scale, ladies and gentlemen. I've postulated this many times, thinking about it philosophically, that it could be that way. And it's like the puppet master. It's the two hands, right? Like the lower end and the upper end. But you want to be the one in the middle. You want to be running the operations, not being part of the operation. That's why I feel like the marker is the center point. Like when you look at the scales of Libra, well, you have one scale on the left, one scale on the right, and the center point is what keeps everything regulated. I want to be the regulator. I don't want to be regulated. I want to be the regulator. Okay? You want to be the regulator, not the regulated. Right now, the card website is down. So those of you that are asking what your card, like the 10 of clubs, what is the 10 of clubs? Tens on the chessboard are the rooks, the castles. They create the walls. They create foundations. 10 is the binary system, creating the foundation to play the game. That's why the British government is located at 10 Downing Street. The castle, the kingdom. So the clubs is a mental suit, the mind. It's also tied to DNA, converts into the 10 of wands, which is responsibilities and obligations. 10 of clubs is a card of somebody, and I know it well because my mom has it. My mom's super religious. So you could be somebody who's super on board with religion, but you got to look at your astrological chart. That's what I'm saying. You can't just study the card and say, oh yeah, no, you got to, where does it fit into your astrological chart? You take the 10 of clubs and you go to your 10th house of astrology, which is Capricorn, and you got to figure out like, okay, where's Saturn located? As Kronos in the 10th house. The 10 of clubs fits in there. Then you go to your 10th house. Maybe there's a different zodiac sign there. Maybe you have some activity going on in your 10th house. This is all astro alchemy. Part of understanding who you are. To have your map. See, how do you operate something you don't know how to operate? I'll give you a perfect example. There was a show that was in the 1980s, and it only ran for like 3 seasons. Here it is right here. I think it only ran for like 3 seasons. It was called The Greatest American Hero. And this guy right here, the beginning of this show, he was visited by aliens. And they gave him this suit to go fight crime. And you know what he does? The comedy, because it's a comedy, he loses the instruction manual on how to use the suit. He can't figure it out. So he has superhero powers, and he goes out and he works with a cop, and he's fighting crime, but when like he's flying around, he's crashing into buildings. He doesn't know how to take off right. That's the comedy of it. But he's still a hero. Right? That's why he has these faces, because he's ready to land. He can't land because he forgets, he doesn't have the instructions on how to do it. And that's how I feel everybody in this reality, when you're asleep, is behaving. You see, your instruction manual is through astrology. Your instruction manual is through the tarot and through the cards and the medicine deck. This is our instruction manual. All these mystical art platforms, and this is our superhero suit. But you see, if you don't have the instructions on how to use it, well then, you're going to be fumbling around with your life. So I'm very, like, that whole story is part of my childhood. That was like in the early 1980s when I grew up as a kid. And I remember that show. So your instruction manual is your charts, your cards, your tarot, your numerology, everything in your code is part of your screenplay. I told you already, your high school mascot. What was it? Mine was the tiger. And I'm studying Jupiter. Tiger is the striped planet. Jupiter, obviously. What's your high school mascot? Where were you born? What hospital name? What's the numerology of your hospital? What's the telephone number of the house you grew up in? What's the numerology of the address of your house you grew up in? What are the ley lines, the latitude, longitude of where you grew up? What are the latitude, longitude of where you're at right now? All that matters is right now. But it's fun to go back and decode yourself and to see how scripted your life is. You know, I tell people, and those of you that know, that been here, like I have all these phoenixes tattooed on my arms, on my arm here, sleeved, all phoenixes. And when I got these phoenixes, man, I wasn't at the state of consciousness I'm at now, not even close. Well, as fate would have it, of course, once I started to decode my life and I started to look at, and then of course now I joined forces a little with Jason Bashir's, and he's got the Phoenix event, and I got all these phoenixes tattooed on my arm. Hello. And then I go all the way back to when I was a kid, and wouldn't you know it that my parents owned a 1975 or 76 Pontiac Phoenix, silver with a red interior. I remember it. Now, when I got these Phoenix tattoos, I can tell you right now, the idea of them, why I got them, was not because I remembered that I grew up and my parents had a Pontiac Phoenix. Not even, it wasn't even in the context. It wasn't even my mindset. But it was in my Akashic, right? It was in my screenplay. So when you start to decode yourself and you figure out what your talent is and what your superhero powers are, then you strip away all the bullshit programming that you probably grew up as. You know, your parents that raised you, or whoever raised you, if you go compare their astrological charts or their cards, or they're not going to be like yours. But they told you, do this, don't do that. You better not do this. You better go do that. That's based on their coding and their programming, not yours. You know how many kids in today's world resent their parents because their parents forced them to go to college to study a profession their parents did when they're not even set up in their charts to do what their parents are doing? And they're pissed. And they're angry, and there's a division, and they don't have love anymore because the kid's mad that the parent forced them into going to a school and doing a profession that they wanted them to do, but it wasn't in line with what they wanted to do and what their code obviously says they're designed to do. See how peaceful and how much more glorious life can be when you know yourself? Even in the Matrix, when Neo goes and visits the Oracle, and she's baking the cookies, and she says, look at that sign up behind you. And he looks up behind him, and there's a sign over the doorway that says Temet Nush, which is Latin for know thyself. Know thyself. Well, we're moving into that. The age of Aquarius is I know thyself. Who are you? What are you doing here? Why did you come here? If there is the context, I volunteer. Some people think they volunteered to come here. Great. Well, what's your story? Why'd you come here? Has nothing to do with me and my story. I'm an extra in your movie. You're the star. Are you behaving like it? Mystic Green Summer's asking about getting into the flow of life. My birth card is the 5 of Spades. Well, let me tell you a little bit about the 5 of Spades. Those of you that have that, let me tell you what you're defaulted into. This is card 44. 44 is tied to the underworld. The word underworld equals 44. It's the 44th card in the deck. It's 5 fingers, 5 toes. This energy goes to the underworld. It goes to the ancient ones. It goes to the fallen angel story, and maybe energy that has been here for thousands, hundreds, who knows? That stays underground. Maybe comes up. But you know, this card right here is the card that's tied to the date on the calendar of May 1st. And why is that significant? Because the Bavarian Illuminati was formed on May 1st. So whoever you are with the 5 of Spades, Mystic Green Summer, you're tied to the Illuminati. Like it or not. I would make lemonade out of that. And this card is tied to one of the cards to the game of life. So you're instantly and automatically in bed with information that you can tap into that are the secrets of the world. I can't make you own that though. I'm not going to make you believe it. But it should get you excited about life. And you said I'm stuck in a negative way after some betrayal trauma. You got to let that shit go. Are you willing to let it go? Because see, if you hold on to it, and here's the great quote by Oscar Wilde. He said, hell is holding on and heaven is letting go. Hell is holding on and heaven is letting go. So it doesn't matter if you got betrayed or you betrayed somebody or the trauma came from them or you took on their trauma. Let it go. That's going to be your first requisite to getting back on the path of this powerful 5 of spades. Owning the space of knowing, hey man, I can tap into the underworld. I can tap into the secrets of life. I can become illuminated. Forget all the dogma bullshit, forget all that shit. You can become enlightened. But you see, if you're too busy, stuck on betrayal and trauma and like it's their fault, it's them, it's they, and you're stuck on that, dude, there's no room in your life for a conscious DNA activation upgrade. So if you want to get off that wave of negativity, maybe there needs to be some forgiveness in your life, whether or not you got duped or not. And if you say, well, I can't forgive him, well, then you're not going to figure it out. You just won't figure it out until you figure out that you need to forgive and let go. And use that Oscar Wilde quote. I would memorize it. Hell is holding on and heaven is letting go. What do you need to let go of to create your heaven? And what are you holding on to that's creating your hell? That's why being a minimalist, as I have been saying so many times, that's not for everybody, but my heaven is being a minimalist because I've let go of all the stuff that sucks you dry. And I'm not saying it's going to be permanent, but I'm saying is that, it's given me the freedom to have a lot of heaven in my life. If I go and tune into the news and I start having conversations about all this shit going on in the world and all this that's hell, man. That ain't going to give me no pleasure. So I've let it go. Phew, poof. Not my reality. Somebody asked me, like, why are you living in Mexico? One of the reasons why I came here was because I had the main reason is I had the opportunity to do it. But the other reason now is because it was part of my screenplay and because there's no chaos here. And when there's no chaos and when there's peace, I can create from a perspective of natural creation. I'm not creating from a fear-based platform. So, Mystic Green Summer. If you want to, the tip is let go and write the new chapter in your life. Sounds like you're at the threshold of a brand new chapter. I love new chapters. They're awesome. I mean, today's card is right on the wall to the right of me. It couldn't have been more fitting for you. That card on the wall is the 10 of Swords. That's done, over with. See you later. You're dead, done. The situation's gone. Should be a reminder for everybody since this day is attributed to that. Today is the 281st day of the year. 281 is the 60th prime number, and that card right to the right of me is the 60th card in the deck, which is the 10 of Swords, which is done. That's why the war started today. Think about the war with all the death. See how ridiculous? This is how ridiculously scripted our reality is. I don't want to be part of that. I observe it. So the first requisite is knowing you're at the threshold of a brand new chapter in your life, and when you turn that page to write on that blank piece of paper like this, this is what tomorrow should look like for you. Not this. This was yesterday. Now you flip it over. Now there's nothing on here. What do you want to write on it? Do you want to write betrayal and trauma and I feel like shit and this person's an asshole and they screwed me over? And do you really want to write that on the new chapter of tomorrow? Or do you want to say, today I let go of all my hell. Today I forgave. Today I let go. Today I'm thinking this way. Today I'm going to be doing... That's what you should be. What do you want? So those are my tips. I hope they help you. See, you got to use utility out of that. Don't just listen to me and say, oh, that sounds good, and then tomorrow you don't do anything about it. You got to do something about it. Jason's asking me about what is my purpose? Have I done anything? I haven't. Let me see what the numerology is and see if I can find. Not always is the numerology of words going to give you crystal clarity. I mean, the word purpose is 39. 39 is 3. 3 is creation, right? 3, whenever you see the number 3, it means it's the Empress card. Okay, so here's how simple it is. Just to simplify your life, to get you the picture, since you're asking. This is how beautiful it is. Hang on. Where is she? Okay. So, purpose, the word purpose in numerology, all the way down to a single digit, is a 3. Okay? It's a 3. And the tarot gives us the picture. It's the Empress. Well, what does she do? She creates purpose. Purpose is going to give you a 39, which is going to reduce all the way down to the number 3. This is the third card to get the picture. It's the Empress. She sits in the third house of Gemini. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury likes to talk, create. Always curious. Curiosity is what creates. Never ends. It's a 39, and the 9 is going to give you the Hermit. And the Hermit means you're going to create through your philosophical wisdom. That's purpose. That's how easy it is to see with the tarot. Now, if you say, what is my purpose? You have to take into consideration the word what, the word is, the word my. The word my is 5. That's your identification. ID is 5. My is 5. What is my purpose is 64. 64 is tied to the King of Spades. King of Earth. You being the King of Earth or the Queen of Earth. 64 is going to be reducing all the way down to the number 1. So let me just show you. There you go. It's kind of backwards, but what is my... Whoops, my keyboard. Purpose. 64. How many possible codons in our DNA? 64. How many squares in a chessboard? 64. 64 numbers of the ancient I Ching system. 64 numbers in the human design system. 64 reduces down to the number 1. What is the number 1 in the tarot to give us the picture? The Magician. What do you want to create? See, your purpose is here. And now you have the 1 and the 3, which is 13, which is magic through creation. The Magician and the Empress. What is my purpose? Well, it's magic through creation. That's what the words mean into the tarot, to give you the picture. The value of these damn cards are beyond imagination. But according to the church, they're from the devil. This is the word church right here, by the way. Church is 24, 2 of clubs. It's tied to the false prophet, by the way. 2 of clubs. That's for a different story. This is the word church. Church is 24, the 2 of wands. Right? Let's create the churches. The churches are going to be in the world in the palm of the hands right there. Tied to the sun. This stick right here is going to be the sun, I believe. The sun and the moon are these 2 wands. And he's holding on to the sun. And the sun is, of course, is the spirit. 24. Even Jesus, Jesus is 24. Right there. So this is why I have continually said, you are the Christ character. You are Jesus Christ, and your screenplay is your cross that you carry. And this is you. When you come down and incarnate, now you're the 2 of wands, and now you need to be the futurist. This is the card of Elon Musk. The birth card of Elon Musk is this card. Whether you like the guy or not, whether you like the narrative and the screenplay he got or where he's going, he's a futurist. This is the futurist card. What are you tied to? The future. The future is 31, which is this. Right there. The wounded warrior. The 9 of clubs. This is tied to the underworld. This is going through many unlimited lifetimes. All right? through the tarot. It's really beautiful. So there you go. There's nothing you can't find with these tools. You can find it all. It's so magnificent. Gator's Guardian, another 10 of clubs. I already discussed the 10 of clubs. It says teacher. Yeah, it can be a teacher, of course, because the 10s are the castles. If you go to chess, on a chessboard, the 10s are the castles, the rooks. What are the castles? They are the builders of the wall. So if you're somebody who is into theology, and you like my mom's a 10 of clubs, and she's been a JW for over 43 years now, I think, or something like that. That's what she got for her screenplay. She teaches religion, preaches what she believes to be her mission. So if you're a 10 of clubs and you fancy theology, again, there are multiple facets to this right here, then you can be a teacher of that. But maybe you want to be somebody who's just philosophical. You want to be a philosopher, 10 of clubs. The 10 of clubs is tied to the 10 of wands, and the 10 of wands is a card of obligations and responsibilities. It's tied to our DNA. 10 of clubs is card 23. It's tied to blood, crown, history, etc., etc. So when you look at the tarot, for those of you that are 10 of clubs, I've shown this before, but some of you may be new here and you may have not watched some of the decodes I've done. Hang on, let me find this. Oh, here it is. Okay, so the 10 of clubs. This card right here is card 23. The word blood equals 23. Okay, 10 is the binary system, the 0 and the 1, to get into this game, to play it through the 10. 10 is neon, neon. The 1, that's you. And since this is tied to blood, this is the 23rd card in the deck, the word blood equals 23, you convert it into the tarot to get the picture, and here it is, the 10 of wands. And you seen those sticks that person's holding up there? This card is obligated. Like, this is you as a human being. You got blood pumping through your body. You have obligations and responsibilities. Well, what is our blood tied to? Our DNA. You see the double helix there? You can't see it but it's there. You see the double helix in the form of those wands? It's right there. You can't miss it. It's tied to our blood because this card number 32 is tied to card number 23. And 23 is tied to the word blood. Those are kind of the mystical aspects of it. But ultimately, the 10 of wands is a card of the mind. And you may gravitate towards a religion, or you may be somebody like, that's not kind of part of my realm anymore. There's a lot of factors involved. It's not just, the card itself. You have a lot of other factors involved. Jane L. Come on, Jane. You know there's no such thing as elites. We got to stop saying these words, people. These people out there, they're not elite. You're the elite. They're not elite. There's no such thing as elites. The only elite is you. There is not a group of people that are elite. You know how that will go away is when people stop saying it. People continually say, oh, there's these elites. No, there's no elites. When we say that, we support it. When we stop saying it, we don't support it anymore. "23 is tied to our blood. The word pregnant is 33. The word women is 23. Women create the blood by creating the offspring. M. Douglas, why do Buddhists and guru then try and stay neutral and exhibit no emotion? Well, emotion is really kind of what feeds this game. So there is merit to what they're doing. Jason's talking about the sine and cosine wave. Yeah, ever since I started decoding using the sine and cosine wave, which is kind of the measurement of, it's kind of the what kind of way I describe it is sine and cosine wave is the measurement of how a wheel moves and creates what I like to call the fingerprint of the number, the character of the number. And there are many ways to use the sine and cosine wave. The first digit after the decimal, the first 2 digits after the decimal, and then I go all the way down and add them all up. And yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing, and it has been very, very revealing for me personally. Christopher, you're asking any advice to amplify my mainstream? Focus on it more. Focus less on anything that's outside of your mainstream and focus more on what's in your mainstream. Study yourself more. Like this is not because I'm egotistical. I'm constantly studying myself. Why am I doing that? It's all about refinement. Refinement. So you'd have to define what do you want to amplify? I mean, are you talking about amplifying your source of income? Are you looking to earn more money? Is that what you mean by amplifying? You'd have to define, like, can you put in the context here in the text? Can you tell me what amplify means? Like, what do you want to amplify? Your money, your source of income? Do you want to amplify your relationship results? What is it that you want to amplify? That would be something I need to know. Bell Sprout says, thanks for the sun chlorella. Been taking them every day. I love them. Let's get into a little bit of health, right? So I did bring with me, just to show all of you again, the machine that I use. This is my molecular hydrogen machine. And you have to fill it with what is that water? Distilled water. And then right here, you have these little outlets and you plug in these hoses, these small little hoses, and they go to a breathing apparatus. And I literally, at night when I go to bed, I put it on. This has 3 levels to it, 1 hour, 2 hour, and 3 hour. And I literally put the breathing apparatus on me and put it on 3 hours. It shuts off automatically and I fall asleep with it. And the difference that I've noticed is my sleeping's definitely gotten a little bit better, although I didn't think that was even possible. But I'm really starting to feel like the inflammation, or if any kind of inflammation that I've had in my body has definitely started to recede. So this is definitely a device or a machine that I would recommend highly. If you're in, and I don't get anything from this. The guy that makes these is out of Utah. Okay, this machine is $800, $795. I think shipping's included with it. It produces 150 milliliters of hydrogen gas per minute, molecular hydrogen, and it also produces what's called brown gas. Brown gas is a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. And oxygen's great. So I normally at night I do both. So I'm there sleeping, I'm breathing in oxygen and molecular hydrogen, which is an anti-inflammatory. It reduces inflammation in the body, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're interested in this machine and you want to get one, you can send me an email and I can point you. I'll just send over to you. His name is Steve. I've never met him, but he seems like a cool dude. He's a scientist, so he runs all the tests to support that this definitely produces 150 milliliters of hydrogen per minute. So that's the machine I'm currently using. So if you're interested, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll point you in the right direction. Cody's asking me, we are everyone at once. We just get amnesia to forget that. What are my thoughts? We are everyone at once. I don't agree with that at all. I think it's just the opposite. Because I'm not you and you're not me. You don't pay my bills, I don't pay yours. I'm living here, you're living there. I'm speaking, you're listening. And then you're typing and I'm reading. So how can I be you? Yes, there could be this aspect of we're all from the same source. Okay, I can buy that. We're all born from a mother's womb. We're all born from the sperm fertilizing the egg. You know, the construct of what it means to be a human being naturally. Procreation. So yes, there is that concept, but to say that we're all one, I'm really leery about that. Because I'm having an individualistic journey as you are, and you have a specific code to you. This is, to support that, if we're all one, then why do people argue? Because you're not one, you're separate. But to unite is the clear win to unite and release and get rid of division is live and let live. You go do you, I do me, and there's no arguments. That's it. Mr. Man's asking, to decode myself, does some of the main ciphers of my name have to match up to my profession? No. But I would definitely encourage all of you to use the Chaldean cipher only. Not English, not the Pythagorean, not septenary, not reverse reduction and all these ridiculous no. Just use Chaldean. You're going to find that if you use that and type in your birth certificate name and you go read about the number that your outcome was, it will be super accurate. See, when you start to add on other ciphers, eventually you're all the numbers. That's kind of the truth about it all. Just like if somebody says, hey Logan, what's your zodiac sign? And my answer, I'm all 12. What do you mean you're all 12? Yeah, well, let me show you my chart. And I'll pop my chart open and there's all 12 zodiac signs. So how could I not be? See? So you want to be all 12. That's what you want to be all 12. How do you become all 12? Becoming consciously aware of them all, seeing that you have a personality in each and every one of them. They're going to be listed in each and every one of a certain specific houses in your astrological map. So you're going to be all 12. And essentially that means you're all 12 numbers, all single digits. You're going to be all the numbers. Some of them more than others. Bell Sprout is Kundalini tied or related to sine waves? Well, the word can be Kundalini. It can be, because Kundalini can be broken down through numerology, which can then be measured in mathematics. So yes, you can do it through that outlet. So Chris, you said, I want to amplify my network for people who think like me to collaborate mainly. Okay, well then you got to get out there. So do you want to do it in person or do you want to do it online? You need to define that. So if I was you, I'd get out a piece of paper and define that. So I asked you said, I want to amplify my personal code. Okay, great. And then I said, well, be more specific. I want to amplify my network. Okay, be more specific. How do you want to amplify your network? I want to do it from the internet. Okay, you want to do it from the internet. How do you want to do it from the internet? Well, I want to use social media. I want to use this. You can just do bullet point after bullet point. You need to define it to give you all the branches of the possibilities of how to amplify your network and circuit. And then the big caveat here is, Chris, is not being attached to the outcome. This is a big challenge for most people. How do you not have expectations to things when you're so programmed, when human beings, when we are all so programmed to receive a reward at the end of the time that we decide upon what it is that we want? We're so programmed to be expecting a result. Like, I'm going to San Diego in 2 weeks to speak at this event with Jason and others. I have no expectations. I don't know how it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be like. I have no idea what's going to happen. I've surrendered to it. Yes, I got invited to go. And of course I said yes. And yes, there are some highlights of being able to meet some people that I haven't been able to shake hands or get a hug from, right? People that have given me amazing layers of decoding. I'm not the only one decoding here. There's other people out there that are amazing decoders that have dropped some bombs, and I follow them, and I'm like, man, and I try to give credit where credit's due. So I'm excited about, but I have no expectations. I don't know what's going to happen. I have no clue what's going to happen. So I just surrendered to, like, hey, what's going to happen? And there could be something disastrous that could happen. I'm not there's no such thing as jinxing. Something monumental could happen to move me into a different direction in life. So I think the big winning ticket, ladies and gentlemen, is when something disastrous happens in your life, you don't look at it as a bad thing. You look at it as an opportunity. Like, let me use an extreme example. Let's say you get your arm cut off, right? You lose an arm in an accident, or you get an eye poked out in an accident. Certainly most people, and I would probably think all of us, you'd be a little bit bitter about it. If you got into an accident and a drunk driver hit you and it was their fault, maybe you're like really angry at the drunk driver and you just can't let that go because the freaking dude took my arm off. See, that is the energy that's sucking. It's going to suck you dry until you let it go and make peace with it. And you got to turn that into an opportunity to realize, like, I can't sit there and focus on the resentment and the anger. I need to let that go because I still have a life to live moving forward. Now that's extreme. This is very extreme. But I'm just trying to institute in this whole context for all of you to take into consideration here that if you have something that bad happens to you, you can sit there and wallow in it and play victim and just stay in that low frequency range until you die. Or you can make an opportunity out of it. And you can look at, like, I have my whole life in front of me. I still have all these things to happen in my life, and I'm going to continue. And again, these are extremes. But I think that no matter what, when bad things happen to us, that's an opportunity. But we don't look at it that way. We look at life as like, oh, what good's going to come my way? Who's going to pay me? Who's going to give me an opportunity? Who's going to hire me? And I get my payoff. But I'm just like, I'm going to San Diego. I have no expectations. I'm actually just going, part of me is going there to go on vacation a little bit because I seriously spend too much, and I consciously can tell I spend a lot of time in front of the computer, too much time. Part of my sacrifice for the greater good, as they say, right? So it's really kind of me breaking away and having no expectations, but going down there, having a fun time, meeting people, and kind of like, I look at the bottom of the deck. It's this card, living through this card. Celebration, friendships. This card sits right now in my space, in my card chart. I'm 50 at my 50 solar spread. This 3 of hearts, 3 of cups sits right in my space. And this is what I should be doing, and I haven't been doing enough of it. And I consciously know that. So I'm looking forward to San Diego. Even going to San Diego, like I'm not planning any of this stuff. Like this is Jason's gig, you know. I'm just kind of along for the ride. He told me I get to speak 45 minutes, and the rest of the time there's a booth I get. I don't even know what that even looks like. I've invited Donut to come sit at my booth with me. I've never met him. That's going to be kind of cool. This is more of this, you know, celebration of friendships, just celebrating life. That I made it to October 21st. I'm down in San Diego, one of my favorite places in the entire U.S. I love that city. Such a laid-back beach city. Got a lot of memories there. Nice, Greg. I went through MCRD. Thanks, Bobby. Bobby, you're going to be there. I get to meet you. I haven't met you. Did a reading for you, but it'd be cool to shake hands, get a hug, and are you bringing Oliver with you? I would imagine so. Like I said, folks, I have no idea what's going to happen in San Diego. I don't even decide yet what I'm going to talk about. I know I'm going to be the black sheep of that event. I already know that. I'm going to be the guy that people are going to be like, who is this dude? This guy's lost his mind. I know I'm going to be that dude. I'm the black sheep of that black sheep crowd. But I'm just going there to have fun. Just going there to meet people. I really just miss being around people. I really do. I really do miss that. Being around real physical people. It's going to be fun. So I have a table. Going to bring my cards. It'll be cool. Jason's asking, would you ever venture out to the UK? Of course, my goal is to go on tour next year. That's my goal. I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not tied to it. I have no expectations. If it happens, it was supposed to happen. I'm not going to force it. You all know how I roll, but that's really what I had in mind. Obviously, depending on what's going on in the world stage. But going on tour is going to involve bringing with me this whole system I've been building called life coding, teaching people how to level up, become the very best versions of themselves. I feel like teaching it in person is much more impactful than teaching it in a course online, right? Especially with couples, relationships. It's important to do that because if you're having a grandiose relationship with your partner, well then, especially if you got kids, then your kids are going to see a harmonious environment. But if you're going to be someone who tries to try to dictate your partner and be like, I don't like the way you do that, or then you're going to have division and your kids are going to see that division. So this is really about the kids too, but it starts with the parents. It starts with, even if you don't have kids, you still create a ripple. So how do you make a more harmonious relationship with your significant other? By understanding them, seeing them and how their code is, how they're coded. And that's what I really want to bring. And this is not like anything to do with what Tony Robbins or this is not rah, like, oh yeah, this is really the cosmic blueprint of who you are. Really, really dialing into it. Human design, Maya astrology, Western, Vedic, the cards, the tarot, numerology, life path. I mean, getting down to as many layers as we can to figure out just what the hell you're doing here. And when you do that as a couple, I wish I had that back in didn't do that when I had relationships. It was always like, I don't like the way you're doing that. I don't like the way you're doing that. You're doing this. You're not doing that. It's like, man, just God, if you even just see my code, it'd be a little bit easier, but. Yeah, I think Donut's come. I haven't talked to him since I had done a podcast with. Big shout out to Tommy Truthful. I did a podcast with him, Donut, and Thomas, and I invited him on the spot, right? I'm like, hey, Donut, just come sit at my booth, sit at my table. And we'll just do whatever. I don't know. And he's a cool dude. He's a queen of clubs, man. You know, I had a best friend of mine who recently passed last year. She was a queen of clubs. Santos, queen of clubs. Donut, queen of clubs. You know, queen of clubs is card 25. Queen of clubs is tied to the earth. Black sun, 25. Earth is the black sun. It's tied to the black sun, folks. Whether there's some ball inside the earth, doesn't matter. The earth doesn't give off any. The earth doesn't give off any of its own light. Queen of clubs, card 25. And if you watched my Patreon, if you're on Patreon and you watch my game over, try again, you know what the 25 means. Oh, Bobby, you ain't taking Oliver? He would totally love the beach. The King of Clubs is tied to September 11th. September 11th is the King of Clubs Day. It's the card 26 tied to the word source. The Yod-Heh Vahe is 26. Is that the source? And then is it the source of this reality, and is there a reality above and beyond this one? The King of Clubs, the King of Clubs is actually a Uranus card. So, Four clubs, card 17, tied to the matrix, tied to the 7 chakras. Four clubs is a builder. You're a mental builder. You probably like to use your mind to build systems, maybe a teacher. But the 4 clubs is tied to the 4 wands, which is the house, right? It's the origination of the story, the 4 clubs. Any of the fours, the 4 is the cube. 4 hearts, 4 clubs, 4 diamonds, 4 spades. It's the cube. And the 4 spades, let me just show all of you a really interesting one here. The 4 of spades, which is card 43, which is the 14th prime number. If you're a 4 of spades, oh, where the hell is it? So you got to get the picture. I'll just do it digitally. It's just easier to do it digitally. So the 4 of spades is right here. Card 54. Right? And this card is notorious for sleeping, lucid dreaming, napping, taking a break. This card. It's tied to Lucifer, by the way. But the interesting part is when you go back to this chart right here, here's 54. Zeus. So the 4 of swords is the 4 of spades, and the 4 of swords is tied to Zeus, and Zeus tied to the eye, which is the I am. The eye is spot right on Jupiter. Is Zeus the god of this world, and is it just inside of it a dream? Is that what the whole thing's about? That's the question. Sunshine's asking about what are the diamonds tied to? Well, from the system that I learned, which is this, the cards of illumination, that's what I call them. But, my friend Sharon calls them the cards of destiny. There's a lot of different names for the cards. But these, according to the history, these came before the tarot. And so the system that I learned is the diamond suit. This suit right here is going to represent water. These are going to represent water. And then earth is the spade. If you convert it into the tarot, these will represent Earth. Okay? And the diamonds, of course, are going to represent materialism. Materialism. But in the cards of illumination, these represent the tier above, which is the water. Fire, air, water, earth. Fire is the hearts. Air is the club. Diamond is the water. Spade is earth. Fire, air, water, earth. They're different in the tarot, though. The tarot has the swords, like the sword, as the suit that is going to represent water. Which, doesn't really kind of make sense, because this is my birth card. This is a trapped and limited card, and it's on Earth. So this being a water suit, it does tie into the body, because the body's made of primarily water, but it doesn't really represent water in the context of the sword, because the sword represents Earth. So it just depends on the interpretation. So yes, celestial nurse, diamond equals water with the cards. The pentacles in the tarot represent materialism. So you could say that it's Earth. Sun-gazing lioness, you have a small med spa. Awesome. That's your little house. The four of wands is a card of the house. The house always win. The casino, right? The four of wands. So somebody that has a four of wands energy is somebody who builds something, or is going to be a teacher. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into the four of wands besides what I'm saying, but there's your business, there's your spa, right? And these people that are behind the four of wands, the four meaning structure, the wands meaning structure, there's the castle. So there's your business. And they're cheering, yeah, they got their business going on. That's you, the four of wands, the four of clubs. It's a teacher, it's a builder. And there are many contexts that go into just that. But that's just kind of the base fundamental. Lee Howard, Ten of Spades, Capricorn, yeah. So in the cards of illumination, through this system right here, the origination of the Ten of Spades is going to sit. If you look, it's sitting right here, which is the Neptune line. But that's this system. But if you correlate the cards of illumination through astro alchemy, the tens, of course, are going to be in the 10th house, and the 10th house is Capricorn. So the Ten of Spades, which I think, let me just double check. I think I already erased it. Let me just see. I think I already killed it. Yeah, I was looking at the Israel declaring war and what the astrological map looked like. I thought there was a correlation there. I know there's a correlation there, but I can't find it right this minute. But the tens are Capricorn, right? The Ten of Spades, and that, if you look at on the wall to the right of me, that's the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Spades is right there. So the Ten of Spades, trying to think of who I know who's the Ten of Spades. The lead singer of Rammstein. And I can't even think of the guy's name. He's a Ten of Spades. And he's an atheist, I believe. Steven, you're a 10 of spades. Your total name adds up to 49? So Lee Howard says, I lean agnostic. Yeah, so do I. Somebody had asked me about that. Someone asked me if I was an atheist. I'm like, no, I'm more agnostic than anything else. What's up, Isaac? Ben Martin's asking a very interesting question. Do you think everyone has a soul, or there are a lot of humans running around that are 100% algorithm? Well, I mean, I haven't met one. The only people that I interact with, I mean, they clearly look human to me. And I bet if I went and grabbed them by the arm, they would feel like they have bones and flesh. What's operating through that? I don't know. Why would it be any different? I know there's this whole NPC thing. To me, what is an NPC? Non-player character? That used to be you. That used to be me. If you feel like you've awoken. So what is the definition of a non-player character? Someone who's asleep. Someone who hasn't awoken to the fact that you're in a movie. And that's my truth, right? You don't have to agree with that. But these are my definitions, my foundations. So again, my foundation is mankind's being used. If I can't have that as a foundation, have a conversation with somebody, well, then we're going to be all over the place. It's going to be messy when it comes to comparing stories. You got to have your foundations, ladies and gentlemen. Your foundations are like, what do you think's running this reality? How does this reality operate? And then, do you believe predestination is a foundation of mine? I can't have a conversation with somebody on a deep level, philosophical level, or be on the same kind of like-minded mindset if they don't believe in predestination. Because we're going to be all over the place. This is why being around like-minded people is very important in this stage of the game. But NPCs to me just means somebody who you probably were at one point. I mean, I could characterize myself as that back 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, man, I was conspiracies, and I was into Alex Jones and InfoWars, and I was still doing politics, and I was still fighting for this and fighting for that, and this, and I was still engaged in the game in a big way. I was still watching sports thinking my team was the shit 15 years ago. See, the game doesn't need to take any, the game's like, it doesn't have to control me as much. It's like it's on autopilot for someone like me 15 years ago. Because when you're engrossed in the game, it's like, oh, well, we can take a little bit off the cruise control here. I'll put this thing on cruise control because this person easily is so deep into the code, into the game, that there's really no mechanism of control here. Don't need to control that person. Like you're a Mr. Smith dream come true. Huh. But when you wake up to the fact that this reality is ruled by a boss, it's a Ponzi scheme. I think the word, let me see. I want to just double check this. No. Yeah. The word Ponzi is 22, which matches the word matrix, which matches the word battery. All in that pi cipher, the new pi cipher that I've coming out with. Ponzi scheme, battery, matrix, this whole entire reality, if you want to call it the matrix, is a Ponzi scheme. Okay? It's all a big Ponzi scheme. So anything inside the construct of this reality is part of the Ponzi scheme. How can it be any other way? How do you start dictating and excluding? So I've had this conversation with people because they think that, oh, it's these guys, it's these organizations that are doing this and there. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I asked a question to these people. I'm like, do you believe there's an organic source code that plays out? And the majority of people say yes. Okay, great. So my next question is, when do you make the determination that the code that you're seeing, the events that you're seeing, are no longer part of the organic source code? When do you make that determination? So I've had this conversation because like, oh yeah, these things, these synchronicities happened. These things happened to me and I know it was source, so it was natural. Okay, great. So when do you make the determination that what you're seeing and what you're experiencing is no longer part of the organic source code? How do you make that determination? And you know what I get from these people? Nothing. Zilcho. No explanation. Crickets. Because they can't answer. The answer that they'd have to come up with is now you're inventing the boogeyman. For instance, I'll give you the same exact example, except I'm going to bring it into human form. Inside your body, there's what's called the immune system. The immune system has the killer T cells and, these cells that go and attack the foreign invaders that come into the body. Pathogens, germs, bacteria, whatever. Okay? That try to take you down. So the question I would postulate to any of you out there listening to this, what created the immune system? And what would your answer be? Well, it's God. Okay, cool. So that's our foundation. God created the immune system. Yes. Okay, great. So the next question is, what created the pathogens? What would your answer be? Would it be anything other than God? Would you say it's the devil? Did the devil create the pathogens? Folks, God wouldn't create an immune system. What is the job of the immune system? The job of the immune system, the responsibility of the immune system is to protect the body from foreign invaders. So God's intention creates the immune system because the job is to protect from foreign invaders. Okay, great. So then who creates the foreign invaders? Is it something outside of God? Well, why would you do that if you could? Go back to the immune system. The job of the immune system is to protect from foreign invaders. So you automatically know from a perspective of creating, I'm going to create these white blood cells and I'm going to create these killer T cells to protect the body from foreign invaders because I already know that the foreign invaders are coming into the body. I know pathogens are going to come. I know germs are going to come. I know parasites are going to come. So I'm going to build this immune system to protect the body against that. So the philosophical question is, what's creating the pathogens and the bacteria and the parasites? How can it be anything outside of God, folks? It doesn't make any sense. So you go back to the same thing with the code. Okay, well, if it's really shitty code and it's killing and it's murders and it's this and that, it can't be organic anymore. Okay, well then, so they just go right back to the body again. Is the pathogens? Are those not organic? They're alive. I just eradicated, I already talked about this, I just eradicated from my stomach a bacteria called H. pylori. And because of having this infect my stomach, I studied it. And I studied it and I realized that this thing is an organism that doesn't want to die. It wants to survive. It wants to live and thrive just like we do. So it needs a host, and it resides in your stomach. Well, we do the same thing as human beings. We need a host, and the host is Mother Earth. And we become the parasite because we parasite off of Mother Earth. I'll take a little bit of this. I'll take a little bit of that. You parasite off the earth. So it's all a Mandelbrot set. It's never ending. It's eternal. You start studying the microcosm. You start studying. There's an amazing YouTube channel called Journey to the Microcosm. I'd suggest each and every one of you, if you want to expand your consciousness, Journey to the Microcosm. Go check out and subscribe to that guy's channel. Amazing information. And you're going to see that there's predator-prey inside, magnified 100, 500 times, deep down inside that you can't see. There's the same exact scenarios going on down there than there is here. It's a Mandelbrot set. It's never ending. What created all this stuff? It's a Ponzi scheme, man. I don't, that's my final answer. Because I don't think there's a devil that created pathogens or the devil that created H. pylori to invade my body, and God created the immune system to fight against the devil's pathogens or the devil's bacteria. That just doesn't make any sense. Why would you create the immune system? Because you know that there's going to be some pathogens coming into the body. Yeah, no, my final answer is you're being used as a human being, and you have to have an immune system to protect, because this temple is utilized as an instrument to experience reality through. So, of course, the God or whatever created this reality set this amazing temple up, amazing, for you to live a certain period of time, but you're not going to survive. You're not going to outlive death. Eventually, you're going to die one day, and you're going to be used up, and you're going to get thrown away. And you do that through the decay of the body, and you'll do that through foreign invaders. You may get a disease, you may get a terminal illness, whatever. And then you're done. And you're used up. You get used up. And that's how life is, folks. But to think that something else created the pathogens versus created the immune system, and that doesn't make any logical sense. So then the code, like the code, like what's organic, what's not organic. Oh, I believe that's organic because it's good, but if it's bad, it can't be organic. Well, you go right to theology then, and what does it say in Isaiah 45 verses 7? I create peace and evil. That's good and bad right there. Right, you can't get any more in black and white right there. The most popular spell book on the world stage clearly says it in Isaiah 45 verses 7. There's no room for negotiation on what it says. Take these same contexts and you put it into predator-prey in this reality. You get imagine those salmon that are swimming upstream to go spawn. And you get the grizzly bear come walking into the stream, and he's picking off salmon that are trying to swim upstream. And some of them don't make it. And the grizzly bear gets a meal. Well, what's the design of the salmon? What are salmon designed for? Why were they created? As food for the grizzly bear. And human beings, of course. What are aphids? Aphids, I've used this so many times. Aphids that chew on rose bushes. Well, what's the protector of the rose bush? Ladybugs. But they're stone cold killers. They sit there and munch on aphids alive. The rose bush is like, man, the ladybug's is my Jesus. The aphid's like saying, that damn ladybug's the devil. It's going to get me. It's all context, but it's all just a big joke, I think. That's my big rant. That was a pretty long one. Thanks, everybody, for sticking with me on that one. Jason says, chaos and order are organic as source is both. Exactly. I don't know how it could be any other way, how you would fill it, how you would try to squeak it around try to get it around into a different narration than what he just said right there. I don't know how you could use logic and discernment with any high degree of intelligence to go beyond what he just says, chaos and order are organic as source. Sun gazing is talking about Bashir says we're jacked into this avatar through the central nervous system until you're not. Yeah, I mean, you have the spirit of God, if you want to use theology, is within you, which I've broken down, right? Genesis 6 verses 3. God says, my spirit shall not reside in man forever. Doesn't say your spirit. So if you're a fan of theology, my spirit. Well, let's just say, who is that? What is that? This thing is a battery right here. It's a battery. You give off energy. Got Australia in the house. Big shout out to Australia. I got, it's my analytics. I have a lot of followers from Australia. It's pretty amazing. I just really get along with the Aussies, man. I just love it. Like, one of my best friends is Australian. Two of my really good friends, they're both Aussies. Now I got my ladybug T-shirt, man. I may bring it to San Diego. It's got a ladybug on it, and it said "Stone Cold Killer" on it. I just think it's funny. I mean, imagine being born as an aphid. You get a short ass lifespan, and you get your devil is the ladybug. You just want to chew it on. You're like, hey man, I'm a vegan, man. You're like this aphid, and I'm like, I'm a vegan. I'm helping the world out. I'm just chewing on rosebush leaves. I'm a freaking vegan, man. And then you get this devil ladybug carnivore coming along trying to eat my ass. That's the devil. It's just funny. I used to love, and I still do. I marvel at whatever created this reality. I marvel at it. I marvel at it. It's so much fun, and I'm so grateful that I got this code. Because right now I could be over in Israel with the sirens going off, and I'm running for my life. So it gives me the contrast to say, man, I am so grateful my ass is here in peaceful paradise in Mexico, and I get to share my space with all of you. It gives me the contrast to be grateful, to be a gratitude junkie. That's what that does. What's up, Lena? Lena Labonte. Yeah, the praying mantis is another one. I've seen videos of the praying mantis pick off freaking hummingbirds. If you go type in praying mantis hummingbird on YouTube, you're going to see a praying mantis hanging off a hummingbird feeder and grabbing that thing and killing it and then eating it alive head first. That's what the mantis does. It goes for the head. Alive. It's imperfectly perfect, this reality. It is absolutely marvelous. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you have the itch to move, like I just, it's in my charts. It was in my screenplay. I'm here in Mexico. I started this podcast, and I'll tell you, I live in this building here in Mexico, and I live on, it's technically not the second floor, but it is. I have to go up these stairs to get to my spot. So when I go down the 2 stairs, there's this wall that runs alongside of the building. It's this long ass wall that runs alongside the building. And on top of the wall, it's like maybe, I don't know, like maybe like this thick. There's stray cats that sit up. Like next door, they're on the roof over there at the house or whatever. They're stray cats. So I started feeding them. And now there's like 10 of them. And I go out there like 1:30 in the morning when it's really quiet, when no one's out there. It's like really peaceful because it's like this is like a family neighborhood. So it's like, it's dead at 10:30 here. I go feed the cats. I put the food out for them, and I get this dog that comes around. So I'm feeding the strays, right? Well, last night I come out and there's a badger. There's a Tohona, a Mexican badger. And these things are so cute. I love them. And he's on or she or whatever, it's on the wall, sitting there, and then along down the other side of the wall, there's a band of raccoons. So I literally have this video of like 4 cats on the wall with a Tohona and a raccoon all eating at the same time. That is marvelous. That's the glory of the Creator. That's what I'm in this for. I'm not in this to tune into CNN to see what's going on over there. And I'm grateful I don't get to be there. Yes, I have compassion for people that are over there. I'm not this heartless son of a bitch. I do have compassion for people. But I'd rather spend my energy on seeing that beauty that I get to have firsthand in my backyard than tuning into something that's going to just drag my ass down and give me negativity and feed it. I'm not feeding that. It gets enough food from everybody else. Not my cup of tea. I'm feeding ants. I got a colony of ants. I feed the ants. I feed the spiders, I feed the cats, I feed the dog, and I feed now the Tohonas and raccoons. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm enjoying myself. Well, where mostly everybody else is focused on the war, and it's where this and not interested. Like you listen to Jordan. Big shout out to Jordan over at Waters Above. His great words of wisdom. Saturdays is when he does his podcast, and I'll tell you, it's like he's not plugged into that. He knows he doesn't get to be a star in that movie. He's not plugged into that. He doesn't let that dictate his life. Raccoons are so funny, man. They crack me the hell up. They'll go sit in the tree, and they're afraid, but they'll just look out and you can see them. They're so freaking cute. I love raccoons. Of course, the raccoon card being card 46, tied to Ra. My trackpad is starting to go, folks. Yeah, feeding ants is just so amazing. Like watching them work is so profound. They're just so team effort. Birds are great too. Crows. I'll share something with you, ladies and gentlemen. You want to talk about being in code, right? I'll share something with you with somebody who I did a reading for. It's very basic, and I know this person will not care if I mention this to you, and I don't have my medicine cards, but this person, when I was doing this person's reading for them, this was towards the tail end of the reading, and this person told me that she was helping the foxes. She was helping foxes out. Like that foxes, they'll get mange, which is like scabies, like a parasite on their skin. So she was nursing them with whatever she could to fix them, feeding them this and feeding them that, fixing the foxes. She had foxes coming around. And as I'm listening to her tell me this story, I'm looking at her astrological chart. And ladies and gentlemen, you want to talk about cracking me up? She had, and I got the medicine card up here. She had in her first house, she had the 25th nakshatra there. I kid you not. In her first house of the magician being the first card in the deck. First house, all of you are going to have the magician. She had the 25th nakshatra there. Coincidence? No. Part of her screenplay. It was so dialed in and so beautiful. She was nursing foxes. And it was just really beautiful. And that's what I marvel in. Seeing people's code and seeing them rise to the occasion on their code and literally are so dialed into their code, they don't even know it. And then I show them, they're like, oh my, this is wow. And I'm even wowed. I was even so wowed by that. Like, you're helping foxes and it's right in your first house of magic? Come on. So blatant, so beautiful, so magical. It was absolutely just monumentally marvelous. There is no cat card for the medicine deck. You get the mountain lion, card 17. You get the jaguar, card 52 or 51. You get the black panther, 52. Those are the cats. But cat actually is, in numerology, is a 314. It's pi. And you get a correlation. I had done a decode on this, that the story of Freya, the Norse goddess of mythology, Freya, which is tied to Venus, she is being pulled by two cats. And of course, cat being 3.14 and 3.14 giving you a total of 8. So cat is 8 and 8. She's got two cats. It's 88. So Freya being pulled by Ra, 88. It's just so interesting, this stuff. When you look at all the layers, and you can see how it's all interdimensionally woven together as part of one archetype. And it's just beautiful. So cat is pi. If you want to check out my scripted reality part 10, and I showed it was using my mom and the cat that we rescued back in 2020. I found this amazing Russian gray, just maybe, I don't know, probably like maybe a mile from where my parents lived in South Carolina. I went for this walk. I would go on this walk around the neighborhood to get some exercise. And I was walking by the visiting center because my parents live right on the North Carolina-South Carolina line. And I heard this meowing, and it was all this tall brush. And the sun had almost already gone down, so it was getting dark. And I saw this little teeny, so cute, this kitten. And I of course, there was nothing around. So I called my mom, like, hey, come over here. She came, and long story short, she ended up taking it in, and it's this beautiful Russian. His name's Grady, And that's our kind of the family cat, and it's just so stuck to my mom. But save the cat, right? But the cat kind of saved us in so many ways. But we had to go check out my Scripted Reality 10. That's like, I don't know why I even told you the story, but anyway. Jason's asking me about the totem pole. When you created your totem, did any of your cards from your totem appear in your astrological chart? Let me see. I think I have it right here. I don't know. So now that you're asking me this, I'll show you this. So if you haven't done this yet, I gotta do another video on this, on how to do your totem pole. Now, the story behind this is when I was in Los Angeles, when I was living in Los Angeles in 2019, 2020, before I came to Mexico, me and my friend, we went to this place that she really loves called Ohigh, California. It's about an hour and a half north of Los Angeles. It's a beautiful spot outside of LA. And we went to this place called Meg's Nutmeg House, or the Nutmeg House. And there was this guy who did readings. His name is Patrick McBride. And he was this Cherokee shaman. He's this beautiful man. And I just found out someone had emailed me just maybe a month ago, told me that they went up to there and they got a reading from him. So he's still doing readings up there. And I was like, oh man. And anyway, he gave me my first totem pole reading. And this was my outcome right here. And when I got back to LA, I decided, of course, you know, my brain, I decided to, well, let's dump alchemy into this as well, and then add up the alchemical elements. And so this is how you do your totem pole. And the totem pole, ladies and gentlemen, is a very sacred, according to Patrick, and from being a Cherokee shaman, this guy's the real deal, by the way. He got struck by lightning twice in 1 week. Not just once, but freaking twice. And so he's the real deal, and he's such a beautiful guy. He was born on the 96th day of the year. So he had massive significance in my life, and he pulled the cards for me. He did my totem pole reading. So you pull 9 cards in total. You do 7 cards with your right hand, then you do 1 with your left, and then the other with the right to create these wings right here, right? These wings, and this creates the totem pole right here, right? And this is a once in a lifetime thing you do. This is not something you do over and over, although I would imagine you can, to get the real-time energy of your totem. But this is something very sacred. And, you know, like when I had done this, I was really kind of blown away at the animals that I had gotten, because my favorite animal, which I always had thought was my spirit animal, is the jaguar. And this is what I pulled for my heart space. This is where I'm currently at right now. And, you know, like it's tied to antimony, and this is the voice, the implant in your brain. And here I am through these ages right here, exactly through these ages that I'm living through. This is where I'm coming out with all this information, or I'm decoding the Great Pyramid of Giza, 51 degrees slope, 51 being tied to the jaguar and being tied to my heart space, and where I'm actually decoding right now. Decode Your Reality. I created that, many, many years ago within this 39 to 52 span. And this jaguar energy. And it's just so amazing how this whole thing works out. You know, the whale, this is tied to the Akashic records. I have this at my root chakra position. You know, it's just so fascinating. And I was born at 41 degrees north latitude. When you start synchronizing these things, and this is so sacred, when you start synchronizing this stuff, it's just it's mesmerizing. It's so beautiful. And then you can, of course, do the alchemy, and you can add them up. And of course, you know, I got 604, which is tied to our DNA. But anyway, there's so many ways to look at this, ladies and gentlemen, but this is how you do it. And I would really encourage all of you to do that. And I think, Jason, you asked me, are any of these correlating to any of your houses? Well, I do have the otter for my house, my Scorpio house, which I have it in my rising and my tropical. But that's the only card that I have. Oh, actually I have my Aquarius and the moose, my house of Aquarius, which is is in my 5th house. So there is that aspect, which is where my moon's at in Vedic. So there's the moose there. Once you start studying and you start to do the crossover of alchemy into the medicine deck, and I know that Jamie Sams and company who created these card deck, they probably were looking at the tarot, yes, but I doubt they were looking at alchemy when they created these. I really, really doubt it. You know, I mean, I really, really doubt it. And, you know, I don't know what you guys and gals see, but I know what I see when I look at this thing, and it's just so comical to me of what I got for my totem. And again, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing that you do, so it's very sacred. And if you get a chance to go to Ohigh, let me show you. If you're in LA, you go to this place, Ohigh, Megs. Yeah, right here. This is the place you go to right here. It's right downtown, and it's very small. This is the outside of it, and if you go back here, that's where Patrick's at. So it's a metaphysical shop. They got crystals and all that kind of stuff. It's a really beautiful place. It's very small, but this is where I got my totem pole, right here at this place. I don't know if they have something in the back, but let's see. No, I don't see Patrick here. This is kind of in the back. Oh, there's the back. Yeah, I did a picture here. This is on the deck of Patrick. They don't have a picture of him though. But if you ever have a chance, if you get a chance to go to Ohigh, it's just right outside of Los Angeles. I would highly encourage you to go there. Let me just zoom out and show you how far away it is from Los Angeles. So, you know, I was in the valley, so it's not that far. So it's not too far, right? Just outside of Ventura. It's about an hour and a half, and it's so beautiful up here. It's so beautiful up here. All right. You got Highway 33 here off of 150. All these are all significant markers. The 33 and 150. If you know what you're looking for, the 126, that's raw. There's so many layers to California and alchemy. It'll blow your mind. So anyway, if you can get up there and see Patrick, tell him I sent you. He's a really good friend of mine. He's so beautiful, and he's the real freaking deal, man. He is the real deal. Oh, you got the same moose position as I do, Bobby. That's cool. That's one of my wings. Thanks, Steven, for putting the link up there. Steven is on it. Isaac, I have the medicine cards actually come with a book. If you buy the whole set. And I used to have the book, but you don't even need it. You can go online and just read about them. So I have a really good idea of what they mean. You know, like obviously the Jaguar, for me, in my heart space, and what I've been doing with Decode Your Reality since I opened this channel, 2018, it fits within the context of my heart space right now, and being tied to the color green and the Jaguar and antimony and, you know, the all-seeing eye in your brain and all that stuff. It's just, again, the script playing out in my life is really fascinating. Super, super fascinating. Ken's asking me to decode the angel Azrael. I decoded who is the angel of death? Azazel. I did do Azazel. Oh, dude, guys and gals, I'm telling you, Ohigh is amazing, and the leader of the, let me see if I can find it. This is how powerful Ohigh is. The ley lines that it's on. Who was the leader of the, what's the organization with Blavatsky and Theosophy. They had their prodigy. Not Henry Steele Wolcott, but they had a what was his name? I'm not going to be able to find it. They have this Indian guy, this guy from India, this young kid, and he was supposed to be the final one. I can't remember the name of him. Anyway, the young kid who they thought was going to be the prodigy and be the final one for Maitreyu, he ended up dying in Ohigh, California. He went to Ohigh, California. He had gotten this rare sickness or something, and he found that the climate in Ohigh was the most suitable, and so he moved and ended up dying there. Yeah, I can't remember his name though. But he got chosen to be the leader, and they thought he was going to be Maitreyu, and he pulled the plug. He's like, I don't want to be any part of this. It was, I got to find this story because it was so beautiful, because this kind of correlates to myself and a lot of you out there. I mean, you have the Order of the Golden Dawn. You have a lot of big heavy hitter names. Blavatsky, Olcott, what the hell was his name? Do you guys know? I'm looking at your comments. It was anyway, the young kid who they thought was going to be the incarnation of Maitreyu, who's going to be the savior, basically, he pulled from the organization and said, I don't want to be any part of it. My beliefs are outside the context of what you guys have centered down with theosophy. And I really resonated with this kid, because it's kind of like where I'm at. It's like this is why I'm kind of lean towards being agnostic, because it's like, how can you put God into context? Once you define God in the context of how we define it, how can it be God anymore? When you create a religion, when you create a church, it's defined here in this reality, and it becomes part of this matrix. So I was having this conversation with my buddy, and he's like saying, oh yeah, this is the great, everything here is the illusion. Okay, well that means that the church has got to be an illusion too. The Bible and the Bhagavad Gita and all these ancient texts, they have to be part of the illusion too. So if you want to supersede and get out of that, well then you got to disown and disembark from all that kind of stuff. Chad, yeah, it's Krishnamurti. That's it. I almost couldn't even pronounce it. Krishnamurti. Let me see if I can pull that up. Thank you, Chad, for that. Yeah. Jidu Krishnamurti. That was him. He was born on May 11th, which is the 115, which the 115 is tied to the great beast. The May 11th is the 8 of diamonds card, right? An 8. And then he passes on the 17th of February, which was the 8 of diamonds. So literally this kid right here, he was the guy that they thought was going to be the next leader of the theosophy, the theosophical, right? He had an advanced position. They thought he was going to be the prodigy, and then he ends up dying in Ohigh, right? But he backed out and didn't want any part of it. And his cards, his born on May 11th, died on 17th of February, 8 of diamonds. That's an 88. Scripted reality, man, this kid. But he pulled out. He didn't want to be a part of it. Didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Right? He had his own philosophy. And it was far beyond being defined. Like that's why, like, if you study being an agnostic, you don't say there isn't God, but you can't. It's how can you put that into context? You can't. Yeah, he got diagnosed with tuberculosis. That's what it was. And so he moved to Ohigh. I think that, yeah, right here. See, he moved to Ohigh. See? So, because he got tuberculosis. So it's the Ohigh has a very special placement in my heart just because of my totem pole. And then, the area is just very magical. It's very mystical. It's away from LA. It's a small town. It's just really beautiful. Decode the Smurfs. I think I had looked into the Smurfs at one point. What time is it? All right, I think we're going to call it a day or call it a night. It's time to eat. Angel of Death, Slayer. I remember I had that album, Rain in Blood. That was my side, man. I was JW till I was 16, then I got out of it, and then I made up for lost time. I went way opposite. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so let's kind of follow up with a card reading here. Let's use the, I'm not going to use the tarot. Let's just use the, I've had this deck sitting in cellophane wrapped up. I've had this for years, and my other deck got waterlogged. So I'm like, I pulled this out. This is the one I'm going to be taking to San Diego with me, along with my tarot deck. By the way, people ask me like, what tarot deck are you using? I'm using this one. It's called the Radiant. It comes in this neat little tin. I like it because it's the size of cards. I'm not a fan of big tarot cards. See, so if you look to a playing card, see they're exactly the same size. So I'm not, because you can't shuffle them. Well, you can, but it's a pain in the ass. All right, so let's shuffle these. And then, that's right, Celestial Nurse. He was a free thinker, right? Or at least his screenplay called for, I'm not going to be a part of that. All right. One more shuffle. We should be good to go. All right. There we go. These are really pretty easy cards to play with, too. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I think 2 weeks ago, when we did this last, I'm trying to remember what we pulled. I can't remember. I can't remember. Okay. So let's see. What are we going to do here? What do I want to do? All right, I'm going to do the tried and true. I'm going to do the tried and true question of what's the most important thing to focus on in life right now. That is going to be for the collective consciousness in this group, probably for the entire world. What is the most important thing or things for all of us to focus on in life right now? Now, I'm going to do my best to interpret this. All right. And I hope I can come close to narrating this where it will be useful to you, that you can use it as utility. All right? All right, Jason, thanks for that. The group pull was the star card. That's right. The last time we did it was Let's Talk Tarot, which was last Sunday. And I had asked the question, and it was the star, and it was just comical, right? Like, what's the most important thing to focus on? Being the star of your movie. That was the one card that we pulled. Thanks for reminding me of that. Okay. All right, so here we go. Most important thing for everybody to focus on in life right now. What would that be? Let's see. Card number 1 is Five of Clubs. Now, this card right here in the tarot, it means conflict. It means fighting. This is the restless mind. If you have this as your birth card, it's like, your mind is restless. Can't sit still. Like you don't have ants in your pants, you got ants in your mind. When you convert this to the tarot, it's the card of Zeus. It's the card of heaven. It's the card of fighting and conflict, chaos and order. Okay? But this is the restless mind. Well, let's expand upon that, because that's just card number 1. Second card to complement that Five of Clubs will be the Jack of Clubs, card 24. Another Zeus card, right? Another Zeus card. Wow. So we literally have, and I mean, this can be Jesus. This is card 18, and Jesus equals 18. And it seems like the father of Jesus is Zeus. And now you have the 24, and hey, Zeus is 24. So we literally have, ladies and gentlemen, I have Jesus back to back. These two. We have back-to-back Christ energy. And the jacks bring fight. All right, let's see what the third card is. This is getting interesting. I have no idea where this is going. Next card. Next card. Got the Ace of Spades, card 40, the television screen, the implant in your brain, Westworld. This is tied to Westworld. So we got the Five of Clubs, Jack of Clubs, Ace of Spades. Let's do some more. Where are we going here with this? All right, this wants to come out. So we got the two. Wow, now we have the Two of Hearts, which is a card of communion. The Two of Hearts is a card of cooperation. It's a card of contract. So we have the Five of Clubs, which can mean mental conflict. A lot of the Jack of Clubs going into conflict, going into battle. The Ace of Spades, which definitely means strategies, and the television screen. This is like, I can see the fighting here, but then we have this this is kind of a more harmonious card of the contract, the communion. This card right here being tied to your life, right? You making a contract to come into this reality, the Two of Hearts. Any two means the establishment of duality. All right, let's get one more. The Two of Hearts. Now we have the Four of Diamonds, Jack in the Box card. Okay, this is a card of financial security, straight up, but it's also a card of being stuck in the box. So, like if you have this as your birth card, don't think, oh my God, I'm stuck. Everybody's stuck in the box. But how does this correlate to being stuck to the cards that we're pulling? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do 7 total to give us the 7 chakras. So we have now card number 6 we're going to pull out. Card 6. We get the 7 of Spades. It's the card of strategy and deception. It's also tied to our DNA. This is card 46. It's tied to Ra. 46 digits into the string of the golden ratio is 226, tied to Ra. Strategies being used as a human being, 7 of spades. Spade meaning your body, right? And we got one more card. Let me just shuffle these one more time. We got card number, and that's card 6, which is tied to the third eye. So now we're going to do the crown. The crown energy. And the last card, card number 7. Card number 7. We get the 10 of hearts. You know, this card right here, just for your edification, this is the founding date card for the Society of Jesus. Uh-oh, it's those Jesuits. Look out. Anyway, this is the card of the Rainbow Bridge. It's a 10, right? And the 10 of hearts. This is a fire suit. So let me see if I can get the context of this here. Let me add them all up, see what we get for the addition of them. So there's another sign there for that. So we have 18 plus 24 plus 40 plus 2 plus 30 plus 46 and plus 10. So we got 170. Okay. $170. That's going to tie to 69. Okay. So let's see if we can make heads or tails of this here. I'm going to go with the chakra since we pulled 7. And this, again, is specifically designed for you, the viewer, the observer. Has nothing to do with me, but it has everything to do with me. It has nothing to do with anybody else, but it has everything to do with everybody else. Okay? So at the very bottom in the root position, we had the 5 of clubs. The root, the bottom of the barrel, red, okay? The red pill, we had the 5 of clubs. This card right here is tied to the moon, but it can mean fighting, mental fighting, static. I got this static song playing out. Then in the sacral position, in position number 2, we then had the Jack of clubs, which is the strategic knight, okay? The revolutionary. This ties into the Knight of Wands, which is the 34th card in the deck. So literally, ladies and gentlemen, what I have right here is a reference point of the moon right here, okay? Because this card right here is tied to the moon. All right, and then this card's tied to the moon. So we have moon reference here twice. Then in the third position, the solar plexus or the sacral, the solar plexus chakra, we had the movie, we had the Westworld, we have the Ace of Spades, card 40, you're on television. So it looks like there's, and I guess I have to correlate it to the mainstream and what's going on, and then we don't want to pay attention to that, but like what's going on in your reality here? Is there any fighting going on in your reality? Are you creating mental strategies for that? And then you move into the 4th position, which represents the heart, and you have the 2 of hearts, which is the contract. Okay, this is communions. This is going to be card number 2, right? 2 is tied to the number 17, and it's the 38th card in the tarot, which represents the binary system. So it's the it seems like a new contract's coming in here. And then the card number 5 is going to be the 4 of diamonds, which is, typically is a card stuck in the box here. So the heart, stuck in the heart-shaped box. We have to get some clarifiers for this. And then in the 5th position, we had the 7 of spades tied to our DNA. And then the last card we had in the crown position, we had the 10 of hearts, which is normally the rainbow bridge, the happy home. All right. Let me see if I can get some clarifiers on this, because I'm not really seeing this right now. I'm just being honest. The most important thing to focus on in life right now is happy home, family. Happy home, I get family here. Financial security. Okay, so if there's any chaos going on in your life right now, it's time to end it. Here's my interpretation of this. You ready? If there's any turmoil in your life, if there's any conflict in your life, it's time to get rid of it. To create a new movie, to create a new companion with the contract coming in of peace and harmony in your life, there is this financial security aspect coming in. But there is some there can be some deception here with the Seven of Spades. Overall, ladies and gentlemen, in your crown position to analyze your entire life, this Ten of Hearts, which is the rainbow bridge, right? The Ten of Hearts is the rainbow bridge. It's literally the card of the grandiose life. But at the bottom of the barrel, man, the root, you have some fighting going on here. Forget about the mainstream and what's going on the world stage. I'm talking about what's going on in your personal life. Why is that not? Hold on one second. Let me just change this up. I don't know why this won't change. Okay. Let me get some clarifiers for this. Let's clarify the bottom end. So the heart space right now in your life, you have and if you're single and you're looking for companionship, whatever, this could mean that that's what's coming in. But I'm generalizing, and that's going to be only for a selected few of you, obviously. But I'm talking collectively. What do we need to do? We need to come together. Okay, we need to come together instead of devising and moving apart. This is a time to come together with your tribe. Let's clarify this Two of Hearts in the heart position. What is this Two of Hearts? Thank you. Ten of Diamonds, operating system. Ten of Diamonds, I'm going to do one more. This bottom half. What is this? Five of Clubs fighting and all that stuff. What is this? Yeah. Okay, so we got the Nine of Spades to clarify the bottom half. So we got these three right here. So we have the Nine of Spades is the card of worry, stress, fear. It is the false prophet. It is the game of life, essentially. The Nine is the bishop. Okay, and we have a lot of movement in the mind, and this movement in the mind seems to be wanting to go into battle. We need to remove that, ladies and gentlemen. If any fighting in your life right now, if you have any conflict, if you're discussing anything mainstream with people, it's time to alleviate and eliminate that. This is new energy coming in to create a new contract. There is something with financial security here with the Ten of Diamonds and Four of Diamonds, both of these cards. There is some kind of financial aspect to this. Let me get one more on the Four of Diamonds and see if I can't clarify this. Four of Diamonds, please. Manifestations. Okay, well that changes quite a bit. Now you get the Ten of Spades, which is the card to my, is the card right on the wall to the right of me. This card right here indicates loss. There could be some financial loss coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and listen, please don't take what I'm saying where I'm not using any fear tactics. I'm simply trying to interpret this energy here. There's definitely a new strategy coming in collectively here, and it's designed to build some kind of happy home. It's designed to have an outcome that's very beautiful. But in your own personal life here, there seems to be some energy that you need to clear up, or we need to clear up by eliminating the game. And the game that I'm talking about is anything tied to division, anything tied to wanting to go into your own personal wars, discussing war. I'm even going to say here, because we have the card, this is kind of the card of magic here. I'm even going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if someone shares something with you on social media, are you going to delete it or are you going to share it back with the world? Do you feel like that's something that is that's going to be important for you? I'm definitely seeing reward here by creating a new communion. All right, I'm going to just do one more card. Let me just get one tarot card to mix it up. So this was probably a really challenging read to get. Let's just get one tarot card. I'm probably going to get some revelations when I end this transmission. So check the description of this video. If I have any, I'll definitely put them in the comment section. All right, one more card for the tarot. What is the final answer on this? Final answer for this read, and then maybe I can get some. Card 35. So I'm reading it from the tarot, right? It's card 25, but it's card 35. 35 is tied to the simulation. It seems like there's, and this has been ongoing, right? DNA activation upgrades for many, 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 many months. This is what I feel like we're getting. I feel like I'm getting them anyway. I know that people I'm doing readings for are getting them. I'm certain that a lot of you great decoders are getting them. But the Queen of Wands is the queen of the simulation. She kind of like is part of the simulation. She's part of the black sun, part of Earth. These cards right here are going to be tied to the air. I'm sorry, the fire, the sun, right? But either way you slice or dice it, 35's tied to the simulation. The sun's part of the simulation. It seems like overall, ladies and gentlemen, we have a big change in the simulation. That's not even a secret if you really look at the mainstream through the lens of it being the story of life, and the mainstream coming out with the story of life to show you perhaps the indication of what's coming down the pike for all of us here collectively, and then how you respond to that. I think at the crown position, we have the 10 of hearts. And ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, if I really sat down individually with each and every one of you and said, what do you want your outcome to be? No one's going to want an outcome that is, that has got chaos to it. Just watch out for the deception. Are you causing deception? Are you giving out deception? Are you sharing mainstream with everybody? I hope at this stage of the game you're not. I hope you're disembarking from the simulation. The simulation is changing, obviously. But I think that's what this is saying here. Getting rid of your chaos. This is the game of life, right? This is fear, stress, anxiety, worry. And this is at the root. The root. So go to your root in your life. Using that quote from Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde saying, hell is holding on, heaven is letting go. What do you need to let go of? This is tied to fear, worry, anxiety. What is causing you fear? What is causing you anxiety? What is causing you stress? What is causing you to worry in life? Well, this card right here is all about mental gymnastics, and it's all about not being able to sit still with your mind, and then you correlate that with the 9 of Spades, and it's the game of life. And this right here, this Jack of Clubs, is tied to the Jesus, Jack Jesus. But it's a lot of mental strategy going on right now. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, what do you got to get rid of at your root position with your family? If you have any disillusion in your family affairs, it's time to get rid of them. If you have a friend that you maybe need to cut off, cut it off. Tie up your loose ends. Instinctively, what do you feel is the right thing to do? tied to your solar plexus. What do you feel is the right thing to do? To create this new communion, for some of you to create financial security, and for others this also could be tied to the financial collapse that I think a lot of us have been kind of waiting for without any expectations. But don't be deceived. And to create your strategies at this point. Now it's about creating strategies to create your happy home, to create your bliss. But you got to get rid of the root of the issue, which is worry, stress, fear, anxiety. If you're living through worry, stress, anxiety, or fear, it's time to move away from that. Literally, the simulation, this whole reality right now, the more you can tune out of it, I feel the better off you're going to be. You know, like I had mentioned to all of you, a lot of people ask, like, what do I do for fun? Lately, like I said, I've been, besides decoding, I've been feeding nature, playing God, right? Like I consciously went to the store, bought dog and cat food, the big ass bags, and I'm feeding stray dogs and cats. There's like 10 of them here. I'm feeding the badgers. I'm feeding the raccoons. I'm not paying attention to the mainstream. Why? Because to me, it's dead. It doesn't bring me any joy. It doesn't bring me any peace. In fact, what it does is it will allude to bringing me the opposite. It cannot lead me to the path of glory. This is in the crown position. So when it's in the crown, when you look at the crown chakra, when you look at the 10 of spades was here. So when you're here, what are you doing here? You're analyzing all the energy below you. Okay? You're analyzing all the energy below you to make sure they're all flowing freely and working nicely. So when we have the 10 of hearts up here, we're looking, the energy that this is telling us to live through at this point to create the best environment for you is, first and foremost, to eliminate the chaos in your life, which is in your root. Anything that's anchored to your life that is causing you any worry, stress, anxiety, or fear. Because when I go to the tarot, this is the card that's sitting in the root position. This. So I want you to take a look at your own personal life. And I want you to figure out what's causing you to feel this way. What's causing you to stay up at night? What's causing your fear? What's causing you anxiety? What's causing you depression? What's causing you to worry? And find the root of that, because it's in the root chakra. That's what we pulled. And the first card that started it off was this one. The 5 of Wands, which is fighting and chaos. It's okay to do this. Like, this is challenges, and like, this is like, you know, hey, I got a great idea. No, I have a better idea. I mean, this right here is tied to prison. This is tied to the prison of your mind. How do we eliminate the prison of our mind? How do we do that? Well, the crown, we get rid of this. This is in the root. This was in the root, and then this was in the root. We have a lot of chaos, and we have a lot of stress, worry, doubt, and fear. And now you got to analyze your life. Where in your life do you have this? Now, if you're a golden child and you ain't got any of this, then great. But there's probably something you could work on. Because at the crown position, we have this card right here to get the picture. The 10 of hearts, the 10 of cups. So we go to the chakras again. We're looking to create a happy home here. How do we do that? We need to eliminate the shit down here. The chaos, the worry, the stress, the fear. That's what we need to do. And we have the ace of spades right here, which is, you know, this is your instincts. What do you instinctively feel you need to do? The ace of spades is the card of being the magician. The ace of spades is going to be the card of clarity. Right here. Victory. Or the ace of swords. This was in the solar plexus. Okay? This one. And then we had the 2 of hearts in your heart space? What do you need to make an agreement with to have a communion in your life, to have a better outcome? And I promise you that if you're willing to do that, your reward just may be, and I can't say guarantee, but the 10 of Pentacles, the 10 of Diamonds was the card that sat on top of the 2 of Hearts. And this card right here is literally having anything that you want as your reward. But don't box yourself in. Your 5th position was this. There's no need to talk. This is the card of war. No more talking about war. This card right here, that sat on the card that we confirmed it with, was this one. So what is, and this is the card for today. The energy that this is saying is stop. This is the card of war. Gematria, the killing name, the song by Slipknot, that it's 68 in numerology. This is the card of war. We got this in the 5th position. Stop talking about war. Okay? Stop talking about it. Stop recommending it. Stop sharing these videos with people. We got the 7 of Spades right here, which is the Truman Show in the third eye position. Now, this card can mean deception. It can mean being deceived, but it's also a card on the asset side. It means strategy. So your strategy, when you close off your 2 eyes and you move into the third eye position, it's creating a Truman Show. The Truman Show is 57. Creating a new Truman Show. And the Truman Show you want to create is going to be the 10 of Hearts, which is this. Happy home. It's at your crown position. So the third eye is this. Don't be deceived by the killing that's going on in the world stage and all the war that's going on, and stop talking about it. Stop sharing it. Don't let it be a part of your reality anymore. It's not worth it. Let this shit go this is in your bottom half. Let it go. Okay? This is all where the waste is. We had the 9 of Swords, worry, stress, fear, and a lot of fighting down here, letting all that go. Next time you sit on the toilet and you drop out a little devil that comes out, maybe you need to do a little ritual to that and say, out comes the devil. Out comes my anxiety. Out comes my worry, stress, and fear. Okay? Dump it out. Get rid of it when you sit on the porcelain throne tonight. Make that as a this is how you consciously get rid of shit. No pun intended, right? Is to get rid of the anxiety here to create your utopia here. That's what the whole interpretation, I finally can see it. The whole interpretation of this, the 10 of Hearts sits at the very crown position, which is that beautiful 10 of Cups, which is this. What does this look like for you? You got to get rid of this. Stop talking about the war. Let the war do the war. Okay? It's not part of my reality. It's not part of your reality. If you don't live over in Israel, stop talking about it. Who cares? Don't be less compassionate as a human being. Make lemonade out of that. So what I mean by that is go feed some animals. Go feed some stray animals. Go do something good while something bad's happening over in the other part of the world. Make lemonade out of it. Right? Because if you sit and do this, if you stay here and you keep this in your root position and you don't get rid of it, you're going to be more, it's going to move through your chakras, and you're going to be more in tune to not having a happy utopia here. You're going to be stuck down here. You want this energy to be flowing. So at the top, we had happy home, utopia. What does it look like? Create that. It's time to create a new utopia, a new simulation for yourself, but you got to get rid of the waste down here that we talked about. Okay? So again, to have fun with this, when you sit on the toilet tonight and you take a dump, imagine that all your stress, worry, and anxiety goes out. The devil pops out. Every time you go to the bathroom, a devil pops out. That's the joke, because it's waste. That's the real devil, by the way, is when you go to the bathroom. All right? But nonetheless, you get rid of that anxiety and worry and focus on here creating your utopia. It's time for a new strategy in your life. And this is a single basis for all of you. This is an individual journey. Okay? So that's what I got for all of you. It took me a little bit to interpret that. I guess I had to bring in the other layers to see it. So I'm grateful that I got to look at the chakras and all that kind of stuff. Let me just add up these other ones I added on and see if I get anything else. 170 plus 49 plus 36 plus 48. Yeah, look at the total we got. 303. 303 with all the, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 10 cards, 303. 303. So there you go. Uh-oh, it must be the Jesuits or Masons running me. My parents live in a brick house, so they must be Masons. They really do. They must be Freemasons. My parents don't even know what the hell that means. But they're Freemasons, though, according to some people, because they live in a brick house. Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been fun. This has been great. Let go of your anxiety. Let go of your worry. Let go of your fear. Whatever's causing you to live through that emotion, just let it go. Think of that quote by Oscar Wilde. Hell is holding on. Heaven is letting go. What do you got to let go of? Who do you need to call up and forgive? Who do you need to call up and bury the hatchet? Tomorrow's not guaranteed, folks. So who do you need to call up and let go of the anxiety? Anything. If you're holding on to anxiety, man, whether it's you're mad at somebody or somebody duped you or whatever, and you just don't want to make that call, but maybe you make that call and just say, you know what, tomorrow's not guaranteed. Let's just bury the hatchet, man. I appreciate your friendship. You're more important to me than this stupid, silly little argument. Get rid of it. Create that utopia, that happy home. Right here. This was at the crown position. How do you make this happen? Getting rid of the devils, man. What does the devils mean? Anxiety, worry, stress, fear. All those. Get rid of them. Create your utopia. All right, so now what to play? This is always sometimes of a challenge of what I want to play to end this transmission. By the way, somebody was asking me what music is this. It's a cyberpunk ambient Ultropolis is what it was called. I try to leave that in the description. This is what I listen to and I decode a lot. This music, because I can focus, concentrate. All right, I know what I'm going to play. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. No, that's not it. Why is that not playing? There we go. All right, so we're going to leave it off with the great band The Cars off their album Heartbeat City. This song's called Let Good Times Roll. I don't know if it was Heartbeat City, but let the good times roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let the good times roll, baby. That's all we got to do. Get rid of the trash and create the utopia. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Steven, Pamela, all the moderators, thanks each and every one of you. Thanks, everybody, for being a Patreon member. Appreciate each and every one of you. I really, really do. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for tonight. My name's Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.